Abobedecha yes lakwe ehiko kayeka. Barriadeka. Wani bero kastea. Abobedecha yes lakwe ehiko kasheka. Barriadeka. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Shabbat
Shalom.
As we begin our service this Shabbat morning, give thanks to the Creator of the universe for this Shabbat, Torah, and blessings to all at this time. We go forth with our 20th song.
Yeah.
Ya'an ka Yehovah Yom Zara Yishkevik Ya Shemile Yaakov Yisra Ezra Mite Mitya Yis Adeka Yiskol Kolmi Nukodeka Alodeka Yadeshe Nisra Yiteleka Kiva Bleka Vikalanzateka Yamade Dera Dena Beshu Hateka Ubeshem Elahenu Nita Yamale Yehovah Komish Alodeka Ayadati, Kihoshia Yehovah, Meshiko, Yanenu, Mishme, Kacho, give Radi Shayim, no, Elebare, Ele Basusi, Anachno, Beshem Yehovah, Elohenu, Naski, Behima Hakar, Nafulu, Wanakno, Kamnu, when need order, Yehovah Hoshieno, Hamlet, Ya Anehinu, Beyom Karenu. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Yehovah answer thee in the day of trouble. The name of Yehovah of Yaakov set thee on high. Send forth thy help from the sanctuary and support thee out of Zion. Receive the memorial of all thy meal offerings and accept the fat of thy burnt offering, sacrifice. Selah. Grant thee according to thine own heart, and fulfill all thy out for joy in thy victory. And in the name of Yehovah our God, we will set up our standards. Jehovah will fulfill all thy petitions. Now know I that Jehovah saveth his anointed. He will answer him from his holy heaven with mighty acts of his saving right hand. For some trust in chariots and some in horses. But we will make mention of the name of Jehovah our God. They are bowed down and fallen, but we are risen up and stand upright. Save Jehovah. Let the King answer us on the day when we call. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Yehi let us Jehovah in free. We go Ali. Suri we go Ali. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
May the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable for thee, O Jehovah, our rock and our Redeemer. Hallelujah. Yehovah Eloheinu, Avotenu, Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, we come before you this day to first say thank you, Yehovah God, for waking up this morning, this lovely and beautiful morning, this Shabbat day. And we thank you, Yehovah God, for returning the breath of life to us and the spirit within our bodies. We thank you, Yehovah God, for bringing us through the week that we have come through with all our different issues and problems, Jehovah God, as well as our blessings. We thank thee for you have allowed us and our families to wake up this morning and give thee thanks. We ask you to receive our thanks and our words, but what more can we give thee, Jehovah God? We thank thee, Jehovah God, for our shelter, our food, our clothing, our necessities, all the various things that we need to live and survive this time. We ask you, Jehovah God, to remember all those in the house of Israel in the four corners of the earth this day, and all those that are sick, all those who are just not feeling well, whose spirits are low this day, Jehovah God, to remember them. We ask you to remember all those in the nursing homes, in the hospitals, all those who are sick, and all those who are in places, Jehovah God, in their heart, in their mind, in their spiritual Lord, to revive their spirits, Jehovah, and lift their spirits up. We ask you, Jehovah God, to be with the children this day, male and female, in all their endeavors as they go through life, as we come through various things and hardships, oh Jehovah God. Thank you for delivering them and continue to deliver us. And we ask you even for the week to come to be with us and to guide us, oh Jehovah God. Make us successful in everything. Revive us, give us that spirit, be our guide and our teacher and our leader. We thank you, Jehovah God, as we go forth on the Shabbat this day. And we ask you to let all our brothers and sisters in the four corners of earth be blessed this day. And all the camps and Knessets in the house of worship that go forth today among our people and amongst even those that are not our people. Bless them and make this Shabbat day great. That our food today, our words come forth from all the pulpits today, be nutritious to our spirit, our body, our mind, that we as a people may be, as thou hast said in Abraham, that we will be a blessing to the nations and to the world to come. And we ask you, O God, to be a blessing to ourselves and to you and to the world. We thank thee. And we ask this, O Father, as we go forth today and to proceed on in this Shabbat day, and ask you to receive our prayers and all the prayers that go forth today in our various houses of worship. And remember all those, again, who are sick and who are feeling, Lord, to revive our spirits, oh Jehovah God. Give us that energy, that core, that power, that strength, that spiritual strength, and even physical strength that we may go forth this day. We ask this, Jehovah God, in the high exalted name, Adonai Zebo Bengru. Amen. We ask everyone to please stand as we go forth now. Lo ye le ka Elohim akunim al panai. Shema God's before me. Lo ta se le ka pesel. Thou shalt not make any graven image. Lo tisa et shem Yehovah Elohim way. Thou shalt not take name of Yehovah thy God in vain. Zakor et ayom Shabbat le kacho. Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy. Kabere the bikau et imeka. Honor thy father and thy mother. Lo tirza. Thou shalt not murder. Lo tiha, thou shalt not commit adultery. Lo no, thou shalt not steal. Lo ta'ane bere'eka et shakir, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Lo takmo, thou shalt not covet. Alleluia. Matoku oleka Yaakov, mishkenoteka Israel. Wani bero kasteka, abobeteka, esta kawe elhekol kacheka, beyir ateka, Yehovah ahapti me ombeteka, unkom mishkan kebodeka, wani esta kawe, be ekraa, be evraka, livne Yehovah osi, wani tefilati leka, Yehovah et razon, Elohim berav kasteka, aneni be emekisheka. Hallelujah. And as for me, in the abundance of your loving kindness, will I come into your house? I will worship towards your holy temple in fear of you. How good are your tents, O Yaakov, the tabernacles, O Israel. And as for me, in the abundance of your loving kindness, will I come into your house? I will worship towards your holy temple in fear of you. Yah, I love the habitation of your house, the place where your glory dwelleth. And as for me, I will worship and bow down. I will bend the knee before Jehovah, my maker. And as for me, may my prayer to you, Jehovah, be an acceptable time. O Yah, in the abundance of your loving kindness, and in the truth of your salvation. Hallelujah. Adon olam asher malak, beterem kol yitzir nivra. Adon olam, le'et nasa besofel, azam le'shemo nikra. Adon olam, v'akore kik lo hakol, nevedo yiblok nora. Adon olam, v'hu haya v'hu howe, v'hu yiye betiv ara. Adon olam, v'hu etad ve'en sheni, laham shilo v'habira. Adon olam, beli reshit belit haglit, v'lo ha'oz v'hamisra. Adon olam, v'hu eli v'kai goali, v'zur kevli ve'et zara. Adon olam, v'hu nisi umanosli, menat kosi be'yom ekra. Adon olam, v'yadod avkit rukit, ve'et isha v'a'ira. Adon olam, v'him ruki gewiati, v'ho li v'lo ira. Adon olam, hallelujah. Yehovah is God of the universe, who reigned any creature yet was formed. At the time when all things are made in Yah's desire, then what's the name of Yahweh proclaimed King? After all things shall have an end, Yah alone the dreaded one shall reign. Who was, who is, who will be in glory. And Yahweh is one, and there's no second to compare to him, to consort with him, without beginning, without end. Jehovah long strength and dominion. And Yah is my Yahweh, my Redeemer liveth, a rock for my travail in times of distress. Jehovah is my banner and my refuge, the portion of my cup on the day when I call. Into his hand I commend my spirit, when I sleep and when I wake. With my spirit, my body also, Jehovah is with me, and I will not fear. Hallelujah. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who has formed man in wisdom and created him in the office of vessels. It is revealed and known before the throne of your glory, that if one of these be open, one of those be closed, it will be impossible to exist to stand before you. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who heals our flesh and does wondrously. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who has sanctified us by your commandments and commands us to occupy ourselves with the words of the Torah. Make pleasant, therefore, we beseech you, Jehovah Elohim, the words of your Torah in our mouth and the mouth of your people, the house of Israel, so that we, without offspring or offspring of your people, the house of Israel, may all know your name and learn your Torah. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who teaches the Torah to your people Israel. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who has chosen us from all nations and given us your Torah. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who gives the Torah. Blessed are you. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who gives the cock intelligence to distinguish between day and night. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who's not made me a heathen. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who has not made me a bondman. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who has not made me a woman, for her burden is great. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who opened the eyes of the blind. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who clothes the naked. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who loosed some that are bound. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who raised up them that are bowed down. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who spread forth the earth above the waters. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who has supplied my every want. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who has made firm the steps of man. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who girded Israel with might. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who crowns Israel with glory. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, who gives strength to the weary. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, remove sleep from my eyes and slumber from my eyelids. And may it be that will, Yehovah Eloheinu, God of my fathers, to make us familiar with your Torah, to make us clean to your commandments. O lead us not into the power of sin, or of transgression, or iniquity, or of temptation, or of scorn, that not the evil inclination have sway over us. Keep us far from a bad man and a bad companion, that makes us lead to good inclination and good works. Subdue our inclinations so that it may submit itself unto thee. Let us obtain this day and every day grace, favor, mercy, and peace in your eyes, in the eyes of all who behold us, and bestow loving kindness upon us. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam, or Yehovah who bestows loving kindness upon your people Israel. And may it be your will, Yehovah Elohim, God of my fathers, deliver me this day and every day from arrogant men and from arrogance, from a bad man, from a bad companion, and from a bad neighbor, and from any mishap, and from the adversary that destroys, and from a hard judgment, and from a hard opponent, whether he be a son of the covenant or be not a son of the covenant. Hallelujah. Avrachamim, hu yerachem al hamutsim, yizkod berit etanim yetzin nafshotenu min hasha'ot hara'ot yid'ar, v'yezer hara min hanetzuim yachon otanu liflat olamin. V'malei mish'alotenu b'midat v'tova v'yeshua rachamim v'tegalei tera'e malchuto Aleinu bizman karov, Yachon palatenu uvelat amo beit Israel, lechein ulechesed ulerachamim uleratzon nomar, Amen. Hakol havu godel leleheinu utenu chavod la Torah, Amen. O merciful Father, have compassion on your people who have been sustained by you. Remember the covenant of the patriarchs and deliver our souls from evil hours. Remove evil imagination from the people in your care, and through your mercy, cause us to escape from it forever. Fulfill our desire with good measure of support and compassion, and may Yah's kingdom be soon revealed and made visible unto us. And may he be gracious unto the remnant of his people, the house of Israel, granting us grace, kindness, mercy, and favor. And let us say, Amen. Ascribe all you greatness unto Jehovah Elohim, and render honor to the Torah. And you shall love Jehovah Elohim with all your heart, all your soul, all your mind. And these words which I command be this day forever in your heart. And you shall teach them diligently unto your children, and talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, when you lie down and rise up. And you shall bind them for a sign upon your hand, and they shall be frontlets between your eyes, and you shall write them on the doorposts and upon your gates. Amen. 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 Hallelujah. Jadelu la Yehovah iti. Oh, neromama Shemot Yadai. Magnify Yehovah with me. Let us exalt his name together, Yadai. Lekai Yehovah Hagedula. You, Yehovah, are the greatness. Where Hagedura and the power. Where Hatif Eret and the glory. Where Hanetza and the victory. Where Hahod and the majesty. When by Shamayim Ubaret, all that's in the heaven and earth, yours. Lekai Yehovah Hamamleka, you are the kingdom, O Yehovah. Bahamitlesa, Lekal Leros, you are exalted as head above all. Romemu Yehovah Eloheinu, Wishtaku Hula Hagdom Rabbi. Exalt Yehovah Elohim, we worship at his footstool. Kwadosh Hu, for Yah is holy. Romemu Yehovah Eloheinu, Wishtaku Hula Hagkacho. Exalt Yehovah Elohim, we worship at his holy hill. Keep Kwadosh Yehovah Eloheinu, for Yehovah Elohim is holy. Amen. Hallelujah, Shem Yehovah Nishka, Ki Nishka, Shemot Levado. Yehovah has given all good unto you. May Yah give all good unto you forever. Let them praise the name of Yehovah, for his name alone is exalted. Hodol ar eret, Washumayim, Yerim, Kerem, Lamo, Tehila, the Kalkasi died. Livne Israel, Am Kerebo, hallelujah. Jehovah's grandeurs above the earth and heaven. Yah have visited a horn for his people, the praise of all his loving ones, even of the children of Israel, the people near unto him. Hallelujah. Yehoaretz melo abetel beye feheba. Yeho al yamin yet sada aro al neharo yekoneneha. Miya ereba har Yehovah. Umiya kom makom acho. Nakika paim ubale baba shelo nasala shwe. When nafshim lo nishba le mirma. Yisa beraka me et Yehovah uzadacha me Elohei yizo. Zedo de She Mebakashe Paneka Yaakov Selah. Shaare Shamayim Knesset Sekem. We Nasu Pikeolo with your bow Malek Akabod. Mise Malek Akabod. Yehovah is Uz Begibor. Yehovah Gibor Milchama. Shaare Shamayim Knesset Sekem. We say Pikeolo with your bow Malek Akabod. Mi Jose Malek Akabod. Yehovah's ever old. O Malek Akabod. Selah. Yehovah, it said, your earth is Jehovah's and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he has founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of Jehovah? Or who shall stand in Yah's holy place? He that has clean hands and a pure heart, who has not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully, he shall receive the blessings of Jehovah and righteousness of God of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek Jehovah, that seek God's face. On your Yaakov Selah, lift up your head, O ye gates, and be lifted up everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? Jehovah strong and mighty, Jehovah mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, your everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? Jehovah Zelle. He is the King of glory. Selah. Hallelujah. Thank Eloheinu. Thank Adonenu. Thank Malkeinu. Thank Moshienu. Thank Eloheinu. Thank Adonenu. Thank Malkeinu. Thank Moshienu. No del Eloheinu. No del Adonenu. No del Malkeinu. No del Moshienu. Baruch Eloheinu. Baruch Adonenu. Baruch Malkeinu. Baruch Moshienu. Atahu Eloheinu. Atahu Adonenu. Atahu Malkeinu. Atahu Moshienu. Atahu Shahikaru. Avoteinu. Lefaneka et Ketoret Hasamim. There is none like our God. There's none like our Lord. There's none like our King. There's none like our Savior. Who is like our God? Who is like our Lord? Who is like our King? Who is like our Savior? We give thanks unto our God. We give thanks unto our Lord. We give thanks unto our King. We give thanks unto our Savior. Blessed be our God. Blessed be our Lord. Blessed be our King. Blessed be our Savior. You are our God. You are our Lord. You are our King. You are our Savior. You are the him to our fathers burned the fragrant incense. Hallelujah. Shabbat lahadon. Akolatet gedula liyotem. Bereshit shelo asanu hagoye haratot. Lo samanu hakemishpako. Adama shelo sham kalkenu. Kaham goralan. Wakakol hamona. Manaktum kori mistakawim modim. Nifte melek malke hamalakim. Kadus baruko. Baruko. It is for us to praise Jehovah, for all to proclaim the glory of the Creator of the universe. He has not made us like the pagans of the world, nor placed us like the heathen tribes of the earth. He has not made our destiny as theirs, nor cast our lot with all their multitude. We bend the knee, we worship, we give thanks unto Jehovah, the King of Kings, the Holy One. Blessed be He. Baruchu, Shahu no te Shemayim yotzei eretz Moshe Yakaro, Bashemim al Shekina tuzo v'hei meramim. Hu Eloheinu ein or. Emet malkeno fetsu lato, lagatu beto dato, yadata hayom hoshe botam, and the Bebeka ki Yehovah hu Elohim, Bashemayim bima al haaret mitachat elon. Jehovah stretched forth the heavens and laid the foundations of the earth. His glory revealed the heaven above, and his might fill off these heights. He is our God, there's none else. In truth, he is our King. There's none beside him. As is written in this Torah, know this day, consider in your heart, that Jehovah is God in heaven above, and on the earth beneath, and there is none else. Hallelujah. Ashrei Yoshvei Beteka Odya. Hallelujah. Selah. Ashrei Ha'am Shekakalo. Ashrei Ha'am Sheyehovah Elohai. For happy are they that dwell in the house of Jehovah. They will be ever praising you. Selah. Happy is the people that in such a case. Happy is the people whose God is Jehovah Elohim. Arami Meka Elohai Hamelech Abrakaka Shemkale Olam. Bekoyom Avare Keka Wahalala Shemkale Olam. Gadol Yehovah Meholam or relieve Tula To'e. Dole Dor Yesabak Maaseka Kepura Deka. Atar Kevoro Deka or Dibe Deep Ateka. Ezuuz no radeka yomenu gedula deka. Tekerda tubeka yabuzika deka. Chanom wadakum Yehovah erek abayim ugeda. Tov Yehovah lako wadakumai akol. Yoduka Yehovah maseka chasideka. Kebor malkuseka yomenu gebudadeka. Handa menu. Lehodia libne hadam yebrata bekabol hadar malkuto malkufeka malkut kod ola min shalateka bekodor. So make your holy cone of flames a keple koh. And they call it a yaspedo watano te lahim et aklam. Poteket yadeka umasfia lekai. Zadik Yehovah bekol daraka bekasit bekol. Karov Yehovah kol kor kor asher yitrahu. Reton yareya yaseu echatam yishma. Shomer Yehovah kol ohavar kol hareshaim. Tehilat Yehovah yedaber pi bevrei kol basa shen kachol leolam. Wa anachnu nevrei ya me'atad wa ad olam. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I will extol you, Elohim Hamelech. I will bless your name forever and ever. Every day will I bless you, and I will praise your name forever and ever. Great is Jehovah and exceeding to be praised, and his greatness is unsearchable. One generation shall hold your works to another, and shall declare your mighty acts. On the majestic glory of your splendor, and on your marvelous deeds will I meditate. And men shall speak of the might of your lawful acts, and I will recount your greatness. They shall pour forth the fame of your great goodness, and shall exalt in your righteousness. Jehovah is gracious and merciful, slow to anger, great loving kindness. Jehovah is good to all, and Yah's tender mercies for all his works. All your works shall give thanks unto you, Jehovah Elohim. Your loving one shall bless you. They shall speak of the glory of your kingdom, and talk of your power, to make known to the sons of men Jehovah's mighty acts, and the majestic glory of Jehovah's kingdom. Your kingdom is everlasting kingdom, and your dominion endures throughout all generations. Jehovah upholds all that fall, and raises up all those who bow down. The eyes of all wait upon you, and you give them their food in due season. You open your hand and satisfy every living thing with favor. Jehovah is righteous in all his ways, and loving in all his words. Jehovah is not to all that call upon him, to all that call upon him in truth. Jehovah fulfill the desire of them that fear him. Jehovah also hear their cry and will save them. Jehovah God of all them that love him, but all the wicked will he destroy. My mouth shall speak of the praise of Jehovah. Let all flesh bless Jehovah's holy name forever and ever. But we will bless Jehovah from this time forth and forevermore. Hallelujah. 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 Shavuot. Hallelujah. We're going to make some adjustments this morning. Praise Yah. And we're going to go right into our Mishle portion to this day. Our harmonious group is not here today. And we're going to go right into the portion of our Mishnah. So we ask to bear with us. Thank the Creator for this day. And I believe we'll be doing today the Mishlei 25. Okay, Mishlei 25. We are going into the book of Proverbs, the 25th chapter, Mishlei 25. And I'll be we'll be reading this together as normal. Our Azan, Nasi Mikael Zebulon couldn't be here today. And we pray and wish him well for this day. I'm sure he's watching today as he's performing the duty of commandment. He's helping his Ema get well. And we pray that recovery for his Ema as well. Definitely. And it's definitely coming along. So at this time, we're going to go forth with our Mishlei 25. It says, these are also proverbs of Shlomo, which the king Keskiyahu, king of Hezekiah, king of Judah, copied out. It is the glory of Yah to conceal a thing, but the glory of kings is to search out a matter.
The heavens are height and the earth for depth, and the heart of kings is unsearchable.
Take away the dross from silver, and there cometh forth a vessel for the refiner.
Take away the wicked from before the king, and his throne shall be established in righteousness.
Glorify not thyself in the presence of the king, and stand not in the place of great men.
For better is it that he said unto thee, come up hither,
Then that thou shouldest be put low in the presence of the prince,
whom thy eyes have seen.
Go not forth hastily to strive, lest thou know not what to do in the end, when thy neighbor have put thee to shame.
Debate thy cause with thy neighbor, but reveal not the secret of another.
Well, let he that heareth it revile thee, and thine infamy turn not away.
A word fitly
Spoken, it's like apples of gold and setting of silver.
As an earring of gold and an ornament of fine gold, so is a wise reprover upon an obedient ear.
As the cold of snow in the time of harvest, so is faithful messenger to him that sendeth him. For he refresheth the soul of his master.
As vapors and wind without rain, so is he that boasteth himself of a false gift.
By long forbearing is a ruler persuaded, and a soft tongue breaketh the bone.
Hast thou found honey? Eat so much as is sufficient for thee, lest thou be filled therewith and vomited.
Let thy foot be seldom in thy neighbor's house,
Well,
lest he be salted and hate thee.
as a maul and a sword and a sharp arrow, so is the man that beareth false witness against his neighbor.
Confidence in an unfaithful man in time of trouble is like a broken tooth and a foot out of joint.
As one that taketh off a garment in cold weather, and as vinegar upon nitre, so is he that singeth songs to a heavy heart.
If thine enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat.
Well,
And if he be thirsty, give him water to drink.
for thou will heap coals of fire upon his head, and Jehovah will reward thee.
Forth rain, and backbiting tongue and angry countenance.
It is better to dwell in a corner of the housetop than in a house in common with a contentious woman.
As cold waters to faint, so is good news from a far country.
As a troubled fountain and a corrupted spring, so is a righteous man that giveth way before the wicked.
It is not good to eat much honey, so for men to search out their own glory is not glory.
Like a city broken down and withdrawn without a wall, so is he whose spirit is without restraint. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
All right. We are in the 25th chapter of the book of Proverbs. And as we go through, again, no one does it as great as our Nasi's Mikael Zebulon in his Mishlei portion. He got it going with that, definitely. But it's the glory of Yah to conceal the thing, but the glory of kings to search out a matter. King's job is basically, they're going to search out things. They're going to investigate. They're going to find the truth. All right? And sometimes when we have, God will conceal a thing for us to protect us, his people. The heaven is for height and the earth for depth, and the heart of kings is unsearchable. Who knows what kings and leaders are thinking about in their mindset, because they're ruling over people. Okay, and as we go down to I'm going to go to the 5th verse. Take away the wicked from before the king, and his throne shall be established in righteousness. Right? You take away the wicked before the king, and his throne will be established in righteousness. Remove that from him. Remove the people or evil counselors from him, and put good counselors that he can be advised by. Okay, and his kingdom will be righteous. And you remove whatever evil or things that's not good inside of him in his mind, and of course his mindset will be set forth for right. So between his mindset and the people around him, as I often say, you look at the people you're around, the 4 or 5 people you're around, and that's based aside how you're going to turn out, because iron sharpens iron, and we influence on those who are around us in our environment. Very important. Glorify not thyself in the presence of the king, and stand not in the place of great men. Because why? Well, it's not saying don't be great, but it's like, that when you're around great people to whom much is given, much is demanded, you have to be on point. You have to show yourself to be great as well. More is this demanded from you. So when you're around those type of people, you must be able to meet the standards of being among those people. Okay, if you're not of that type of quality, then stand not in the place of great men. But better it is that he said unto thee, come up hither, than thou shouldest be put lower in the presence of the prince, right? So you have to qualify for that position, and you don't want to seem like you're much of anything. So you qualify yourself so that when you're called upon, even up to when it comes to make a lead or when it comes to the beam, you qualify yourself so that someone does call you up, you should be that you'll be in the presence of a prince. Okay, so prepare yourselves. Okay, if you want to be around great people, constituents, and people of stature, prepare yourself, educate yourself, as Hemo would say, empower yourself. Okay, also it goes on to say, go not hasty to strive, lest thou know not what to do in the end thereof. You have to know and consider and plan things out. Think about things before you do things. Running into strife, dominion, fights. No, think about things. Even when you do business, whatever you do, think about your thoughts before you rush out to do something hastily, and then you make mistakes that you probably would not have made had you thought about the situation. So go not forth hastily to strive, lest thou know not what to do in the end thereof. You don't know, because you didn't plan this out. You didn't think this out. When your neighbor have put thee to shame, okay, it talks about when your neighbor put you to shame. Okay, think about things. Consider things before you make moves. Before you go out to strive, before you go out to talk or do anything, consider it. Think about the whole matter. What you want out of it is success and shalom. Okay, debate your cause with, and it says, debate your cause with your neighbor, reveal not the secret of another. In other words, whatever issue you have, deal with it with a person. All right, and don't go around to others and you know what this person done to me. You know what he has done this. Just deal with that person. Sometimes you have people who you call friends or acquaintances that may say something about you and you don't like. So just go directly to that individual, those individuals, and speak to them about the matter. Don't put it out there to others. And what we call Lashon Hara, the evil tongue. So now they're looking at it, looking at that person, and now they don't like that person because something you done said to them. And that person may not know because you haven't talked to them about the situation. You haven't approached them with the matter that you was offended or didn't like, but you put it out there. And what happens today a lot of times is people tend to have an issue with an individual or something, and they put it online. And next thing you know, everyone is online, and the person who may have offended them don't know. But they found out online. That's not how we do things. You don't air your business in public, even private matters. No, go to that individual and settle. Don't put it online and say, well, this person did this to me. Settle it with them. Settle it with them. So these are the things that, and without revealing it to others, all right? Lest he heareth it, revile thee and thine infamy turn not away. You see? Because now you're not going to get anything good from that. Don't tell everybody, oh, this person did. Go to that person and deal with them with that matter. And don't put it out there for everybody to know. That's not a good thing, especially between people and friends. Okay? A word fitly spoken is like apples of gold and settings of silver. Apples of gold and settings of silver. That means a word is fitly spoken. It's spoken well. It's discretion. It came in at the right time. You say the right things. Choose your moments. Use discretion in life, basically. Yes, because it's like apples of gold and the settings of silver. An earring of gold and an ornament of fine gold. So is a wise reproval upon an obedient ear. A wise approval upon an obedient ear. Obedient ear listens. The approval is telling the person that whatever they have done, possibly wrong or right, but they're reproving them. And because that person is obedient, they're listening, they're taking advice, and they're taking the correction, and they're moving on, not refuting that advice. So that's why it says in that an earring of gold and an ornament of fine gold. All right, that's how it is when you have the right person be listening to it. As the cold 13 says, as the cold snow in the time of harvest, so is a faithful messenger to him that sendeth him. So as a cold of snow in the time of harvest, snow in the time of harvest, so is a faithful messenger to him that sendeth him. Reliable, faithful. All right, just as a cold of snow in the time of harvest, it gets the job done. But he refreshes the soul of his master. He can depend on him to bring the right message, the way that the master said it. Not say something different, or even in a different tone that said. If you say, well, listen, go ask Mr. Boss, Mr. Jonathan to please call me. When you go to Mr. Jonathan, well, I'm going to say, you better call him. You don't know what's wrong. He's afraid. No. So you want a good messenger to send it in the tone, in the way that you gave it to him. So, but he refreshed the soul of his master. As vapors and wind without rain, so is he that boasteth himself of a false gift. Doesn't have it. As vapors and wind without rain. What's vapors and wind without rain? But yet you boasting of something that you don't even have. So people do that. So that's the metaphor. That's a comparison. Okay. So he that boasted himself of a false gift. All right. So vapors and wind without rain. You expect the rain, but it has to come. All you got is vapors. You don't have nothing. It's void. By long forbearance a ruler persuaded, and soft tongue breaketh the bone. A soft tongue breaketh the bone. Yeah, sometimes you don't have to go harsh with people, even in things. You can let softly. A soft answer turns away wrath. Because if two people yelling, where are we going to get at? But now you receive, and you make a soft answer, talk, then that calms the conversation down. Or at least the temperament down. Tone it down a little bit. Because now you have a soft tone. Tonation is very good in many situations, especially when there's a problem. Okay, when there's a robbery, or tonation is very important. How your tone when you talk to people, when you bring in something to people, it's very important because the wrong tone can end up into a struggle. Okay, so we learn that. This is what the Proverbs teach us. These are things that we apply in our life. Have you found, honey? Eat so much as is sufficient for thee, lest you be filled therewith and vomit. In other words, honey is great. Honey is good for you, but you don't want to exceed. Everything you want to do within the moderation. So you eat, but don't overdo anything in the process. Okay? Use everything in the moderation, then it's fine. But if you overfill yourself with honey, you're going to regurgitate it. Let your foot be seldom in your neighbor's house, lest he be sated with thee and hate thee. In other words, you like visitors, but sometimes you may not mean harm, but sometimes people of a point where they don't always want to see you every day, every hour, all day. And you have people like that. They will visit you, and you're welcome to visit, but you don't want to be there all the time. Especially if you're the type of person that comes and eat up all their food and drink up all their substances, and you don't bring anything. You come early and leave late, and then you come every day. At some point, people are going tired of you. So don't wear out that welcome. You know, again, do things even in that moderately. You know, not all the time. You know, so that's what it's saying in that instance, is that, you know, let thy foot be seldom in your neighbor's house. You know, let he be sated with thee, and lest he be sated with thee and hate thee. Why he always coming? And he's sometimes not going to tell you, why he always coming here all the time. You know, so you know, you don't want to overstay, you know, stay your welcome. You know, again, be wise within that. Just wisdom, food for thought for us. All right. As in mauling the sword and the sharp arrow, so is a man that beareth false witnesses against his neighbor. You know, when you maul a sharp arrow, what? It sticks you. And if you telling falseness against your neighbor is not good. Confidence in an unfaithful man in time of trouble is like a broken tooth and a foot out of joint. Now, if you have confidence, what this is saying is that if you have confidence in a person that's unfaithful, not reliable, we got a problem, because that's just like having a broken tooth. You can't rely on a broken tooth. It's like you eat and the tooth breaks or it falls out. You can't rely on that. You can have confidence in that. You eat your food and at the same time a broken foot. Now, you know, a broken foot, one, it's out of joint. It's in pain. You can't walk on a broken foot. You can't stand on it, move on it, so that's not dependable. Like that tooth that's broken or loose, it's not dependable. So how much is a person of and at this point it says that confidence in a faithful in a time of trouble. That means you having issues, whatever trouble you having, and you depending on that person who is not dependable. So find yourself dependable people. So God forbid, if trouble do come, you can confide in them. You can trust that they're gonna help do the right thing, and you won't be like that broken tooth trying to eat food, or that foot that's out of joint, which is pain. Can't help you. Okay? As one that taketh off a garment in cold weather, as vinegar unto nitre. When you take off a garment in cold weather, you know what happens? What? You get cold. So, and as a vinegar unto nitre, so is he that singeth songs to a heavy heart. You know, a heavy heart, they don't want to hear that. Whatever issues they have, you know, that's not what they want to hear. Wrong timing. All right? It's off. It's off. You know, sometimes when people are going through things, you have to be careful on what you say and how you say it, and even what you do at the time. You got to choose your action. So that's why it says, he that sings a song to a heavy heart. Okay, if your enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat. And if he be thirsty, give him water to drink. You will heap hot coals of fire upon him. Say, he don't know how to take that. This is a person that's your enemy, that you strive and fought with. But yet, when they're hungry, you're going to do godly. You're going to feed them. Here. That messed their head up. Like, wow, you fed me? So now they have to what? They have to go back to the thinking box. He fed me. And he didn't feed me something that's going to be poison or something bad. He fed me good. So now that's like that. They have to reset their thoughts. And now you're going to find more like that person is going to start to be good to you because you fed them. In the time of hunger, you gave them something to drink, the necessities. I guess those are the people who are godly. Something that most people wouldn't do. But you know what? I'm going to feed you. I'm going to give you something to eat. And you heap hot coals upon his head because you messed him up or her up. They don't expect that, but yet you did it. Hallelujah. So we go forth, and it says, and the north wind bringeth forth rain. So now you understand that north wind bring forth rain, something you may learn and use for science. The north wind bringeth forth rain, but a backbiting tongue and angry countenance. A backbiting tongue. When you backbite, that brings forth an angry countenance. Someone will be upset with you. Because why? You're backbiting. You're saying things behind their back that are not good. So just like that north wind bring the rain, you bring an angry countenance to somebody when you backbite. So don't do that. Okay, it is better to dwell in the corner of a housetop than a house in the common with a contentious woman. Well, we read that a lot in Mishlei. You don't want to be with a woman who's contentious, always arguing, fighting, and all that. You don't want to be with a man that's already like that. Anyone that's like that, you don't want to be around them. That's why I say it's better to be in a corner. Let me just dwell alone than with issues and problems and fighting and arguing all the time. You want shalom, you want peace. As cold water is faint to his soul, so is good news from a far country. As cold waters to a faint soul. When you're tired and you're thirsty, man, it's nothing like some cold, cold water. It feels good, okay? And so is good news from a far country. You don't want to hear bad things. It said no news is good news, right? But when you hear news from a far country, good news, it's a good thing. Okay, it says, as a trouble fountain in the corrupted spring, so is a righteous man that giveth way before the wicked. As a trouble fountain, the fountain is no good, it doesn't bring forth good water, and it is corrupted, okay, then that water is no longer good. Well, so is a righteous man that giveth way before the wicked. It's written that the righteous is more excellent than his neighbor. Yes. But what happened, it says also in part of me said, but the way of the wicked seduces them. Man, why you keep doing that right? Man, why you keep going to Shabbat? You go there every week, man. Look at us. Man, we out here getting paid doing this, man. You need to come to work on a Saturday and make some of this money. Or you need to do these things that are not bad. Look. And sometimes it says the way of the wicked seduce them. And they keep talking to you. Next thing you know, you start doing righteousness and you start doing what they do. Okay? Or whatever evil they're doing, whether it's working on Shabbat, thinking you're going to make 3 times as much money, and it doesn't work for you. Matter of fact, not only do you not make money, you even lose your job. Okay, so it's not worth it. So that's why it's written as is, that a trouble found in a corrupted spring. Okay, so is a righteous man that giveth way before the wicked. He give in. So stand strong. Be strong against those things, because it's temptation, okay? And you may want that good life that you think that they have because you see material things, but it's not just having a good, it's those things, is how you get them, all right? How you obtain those things is very important, all right? That's very important. And the fact is not just obtaining, it's keeping. It said the blessing of the Lord, the blessing of the Creator maketh the soul fat, but don't add sorrow to it. You know, you want to have things, good things, but you don't want problems to be looking over your shoulder, because how you got those things now, you're looking because you got them in a way that wasn't good. So, no, you don't want that. And as it says, as reference to the honey again, it is not good to eat much honey, so men to search out their own glory is no glory. You know, I mean, it's nice to have, to have self-esteem. But you don't want to be to the point where now it's like you become a narcissist and you become someone who is talking about their own glory. So let others praise you and not you yourself. You know, but sometimes people will have to do that, we understand, to build up their self-esteem. But that's why it talks about it's not glory until someone else sees it so much than you. That's like they call Abraham the Hittites and said, hey, Abraham, you're a prince among us, a prince of God. They recognize. You don't have to want to say, I'm an Israelite, I'm this and I'm that. No, I'm a man of God. No, let your actions speak that you're a man of God or a woman of God, that you're righteous. Your ways, your actions, how you live with y'all, not the words that come out of your mouth to profess that. You tell a story in the life that you live, and people will understand that. Okay, and it says now, it is like a city broken down without a wall, so is he whose spirit is without restraint. Why? If a city wall is broken down, that means things enter. The wall is designed to what? Keep things out, keep things in. So is his spirit without restraint. When your spirit is without restraint, when you can't control your own spirit, you're going to have problems. Because everything gets in, you become part of everything that's not good. It says, better is he who can, a man is strong who controls his own spirit. It's better than he that take the city is written. You have to control. Our biggest issue is our own self-discipline, controlling ourselves. As the Creator told Cain, says if you do it well, you shall be accepted. But if not, sin lies at the door, and it's up to you to rule over the sin. There's always iniquity in our thoughts and our minds, but we have to rule over it. So if you have no restraint on our spirit, it's out of control. And you're going to be part of everything that's not good. So we have to control ourselves. Self-control is one of the hardest things to get grip on. Self-control, self-restraint. There's times you want to do things, but sometimes you have to have restraint. We have to restrain ourselves from sometimes eating foods that we know are not good for us. That's hard. But you have to have that self-restraint on sometimes doing things that you may want to do, but it's going to hurt you. Sometimes you just want to hit that person, but you have to have restraint not to do that. So having restraint that's why it's harder for you to control yourself. That's one of the greatest things you can do, to have restraint and control and dominion over yourself, much more other people. Okay? So it's a spirit without restraint. And we told Ayah for that. I hope there's some knowledge conveyed in what I have said, the little I've said, that you've got some out of it, that we could apply that in our lives. And as we're going to begin to go forth in our portion today, and but I'm going to go back within that portion. I'm going to go back. This came to my labor heart today to do this while we go forward. So in order for me to start that portion, let me give you the blessing for that. Thank you for that, Mishle. Again, I hope there was some knowledge conveyed in that, Mishle, that we can utilize and get self-control and get restraint upon ourselves. You know, it says even a fool, when he holds his peace, he's considered wise. So let us look at that. We have the greatest information. We should be the best behaved people in the world because we have the greatest book in the world. We should be on the best behaved people out there because of the Torah and of the information that we have that gives us information how to behave, what to do, what not to do, how to control our spirit, our tempers. It is a great book, Mishle. Again, utilize it, put it in your life, make it work for you. And you will have great success within your life with that. We thank you for that. As again, hallelujah, we move on to our Torah portion for today. And as we're starting the book, as Nika said last week, and we're going back to the book this week, into the book of Shemot. So, as I'm going to do the baraka for that portion as we start. But in our lesson, I'm going to be going back into something before we actually start the portion of Shemot. Okay, so Mariku et Yehovah HaMbarak. Baruch Yehovah HaMbarak le'olam wa'ed. Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech ha'olam. Asher bakabanu mikol ha'min v'netanu et ha'torah. Baruch Yehovah. Baruch atah Yehovah noten ha'torah. Bless Yehovah to be blessed. Blessed is Yehovah to be blessed forever and ever. Blessed are you, Yehovah God, King of the universe, who have selected, who have chosen us from all the people of the world and gave us his Torah. Blessed are you, Yehovah. You are the giver, the designer, the creator of the Torah, of this life. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
All right. So we're going to go right now. Again, I'm going to divert what I usually do. We're going to get to that. But what I want to do is we're going to start in the book of Parashat. Just follow this travel with me. I pray that the knowledge that come forth from my mouth today be nutritious for our spirit, my spirit, your spirit, the world, our nation, so that we can make this, do this thing. Right. So we're going to go we're going to go in the portion of Lech Lecha. Okay. That's going to be found in the book of Genesis, chapter 15. Don't Malik, you're going to be my reader?
Yeah.
A little bit. We can work together on that. Let me run through. We're going to do this in English until we get to our portion, you guys. So That's going to be in the portion of Genesis, I believe, Parashat, chapter 15. We're going to do a few chapters here. things from different chapters to lead up to where to Shemot. Okay, this is going to be in Lech Lecha, portion of Lech Lecha, Genesis chapter 15, from the verse 12. All right, Genesis chapter 15 from verse. Let me see, make sure I'm right here. I was jotting this down. From verse 12 to the end. Okay, Genesis chapter 15, verse 12 to the end of the portion. Please stop.
And it came to pass that when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abraham, and lo, a dread, even a great darkness, fell upon him. And he said unto Abraham, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them for 400 years.
Mm-hmm.
And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterwards shall they come out with a great substance. But thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. Thou shalt be buried in good old age. And in the fourth generation they shall come back hither. And for iniquity of Amorite is not yet full. And it came to pass that when the sun went down and there was thick darkness, behold, a smoking furnace and a flaming torch that passed between these pieces. In that day the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land from river of Egypt unto the great river, the river of Euphrates, the Kenite and the Kenizzite, and the Cadmonite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, and the Rephaim, and the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Girgashite, and the Jebusite.
And the Jebusite. Okay, so from the first 12 verses, it says that Abraham went into a sleep, a deep sleep, called a Damonite. And it says, and a great darkness fell upon him, and Jehovah said to Abraham, For surety, your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. So, my premise of dealing with this and going back to go forward, we call our Sankofa, is that how it begins. That the Creator spoke to Abraham many years prior and said to him that your posterity will be in a strange land that is not theirs. So this is how we began to go down into Mitzrayim. We were invited in as guests because our father Joseph ruled the land. Okay? But it's not our land. That is not theirs. And shall serve them, who we serving the Egyptians, and they shall afflict them 400 years. Now, this is a dual prophecy. We know that. We can utilize this prophecy also in America. Utilize that for Mitzrayim and for America, because we've been here roughly 400 and better some odd years. Now, they count the 400 years, some say from Isaac time all the way up to the time that we left. Some say from the time just that we went down. But yet a roughly 400-year process would be there before we would be relieved, all right, of that oppression. So for 400 years, he's letting Abraham know prior to all this happening. He was informed. As I said, the Creator does not leave us uninformed. We are informed people. So what he said, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. So for 400 years, we were afflicted. Then 400 years here, we're still being afflicted. Okay? In spite of it. So it can be a dual prophecy, yes. And also, here's the key. That nation whom they shall serve will I judge. Afterwards shall they come out with a great substance. So though nations may oppress us as the Egyptians oppressed us, what happens when nations oppress us, and at the end, they will be judged by the Creator. So no one gets away free from punishment. So after all of that, God says, I'm going to judge them, and you will be rewarded, and you're going to leave Mitzrayim with substance, not just knowledge, not just spirit, but with physical substance, wealth, rekushan. You're going to get paid for the time that you labored and you made Mitzrayim wealthy. The same way that when you're here in this country and other countries that we were in, that we were the workers and the builders of the economies and the various things, when you leave, when it's time for the Creator to gather the nation, to gather his nation, his firstborn, Israel, those nations will pay. They will be judged. They will be judged. And you will leave those nations, including this nation that we're in, with substance. And that substance will be valuable in that commodity. So no nation that ever oppressed us or still oppressing us will not go free from punishment. The Creator will judge. He judged Egypt, and he will judge America. He will judge England and all the places that we were at. But what he's letting you know, that you will not leave Egypt empty-handed, and you will not leave this country empty-handed. You will leave with substance. You will get that 40 acres and the mule, your posterity, figuratively speaking, at a later date. If they don't give it to you, the Most High God is going to get it to you. You will have payment. Okay, that's what he's letting Abraham know. So they're going to leave with substance. And it's not only that, it says, and that nation whom they shall serve, I will judge. And afterward they shall come out with great substance. In the end, it said the end justifies the means. What's going to happen? We will be victorious. But thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. That you're going to make your transition. You're going to sleep with your fathers in peace. You shall be buried in a good old age. And in the fourth generation, they shall come back hither. What's hither? There. Where Abraham is located is Canaan. Where the Canaanites live, the Hittites and all the various nations is what we would call Israel today. But prior to us being there, those nations, those Kibalan or Afrocentric nations were there. Those people of pigmentation, those black people were there. They were our brothers of the continent, but they were there prior to us being there. Okay, but because of their behavior, the Creator was removing them from the land because it's his land and he have eyes on it, he loves, and he's replacing us. It's like having a bad tenant. We remove that bad tenant and put a good tenant in place of that bad tenant. Well, that's what was happening. So he's letting you know that these people, okay, you will return here because Abraham is living in the land as it is. He's being told that this land that you're in, the land of Canaan, you're going to have this land. But your posterity is going to leave to go down to Mitzrayim. And in the fourth generation, I'm going to, 400 years there, I'm going to bring them back here where you're at. So Yaakov and Isaac and Abraham were already in the land. They were there already. Yaakov even brought land in the land and gave it to his children. Bought a burying place there. But now you have to leave. Lekha. In order to go, I'm going to bring you back hither. That's why it says, I'm going to bring them back here. Where you're at now, Abraham, I'm going to bring them to. Okay? All right. And now it says, for the iniquity of the Amorite is not yet full. In other words, the sins of the people have a certain point. At this time, Abraham, it's not going to be done because I give them a chance to repent. There's a plumb line in the earth. Every nation is responsible for some sort of righteousness, whether it's Sodom, whether it's Nineveh, the whole earth is responsible for some sort of righteousness. So therefore, their iniquity is not at the point that I'm going to put them out there. But in that 400 year of leaving Mitzrayim, their iniquity will be filled. And I'm going to remove them from the land and begin to put you in that land. That's why the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet filled. Well, Persia, all the great empires, their iniquity came to that boiling point. That Creator moved them from being a world power, whether it was Mitzrayim, Egypt, whether it was Babylon, whether it was Iran, Persia, whether it was Greece, Rome, or America, will have its boiling point. as well. And that will change. So they have all had their rule. We're in the last stage, we know, of return. So therefore, the iniquity of the Amorite at that time wasn't full when Abraham was alive. So God wasn't going to remove them at that time. So you got a certain amount of time to get it right with God, and they didn't. Listen, you're gone. I'm getting a new tenant. I'm putting my firstborn there. But we know from the beginning of time that the Creator, when he said he created the earth, he had Israel already in mind. So technically, it was just holding it for us. Just babysitting it for us to come to land. Okay? That's how it is. And in continuation, let them know that you're going to leave here the good old age. Now, it says, and it came to pass when the sun went down that there was a thick darkness, behold, and a smoking furnace, flaming towards that passed between these beasts. In that day, Jehovah made a covenant with Abraham, saying, unto your seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates, where the Kenite, the Kenizzite, the Cadmonite, the Hittite, the Perizzite, the Rephaim, and the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Girgashite, and the Jebusite was there at that time. What's my point? You have to go all the way back in history to understand the presence. If you don't know your present, your history, how do you know your presence? How do you know your destiny? You got to know from whence you've come to understand where you're going to be going. What's the mission? Okay, started way back then. You're going to get into the land. Okay, the way the Creator worked this thing, how it works out for us. So that was in Lek Lekah. Okay, that particular then here. And then now we're going to look at Toledot. Give me Genesis chapter 26. Genesis, Bereshit chapter 26. Leading up to Yigash. Okay, chapter 26. Toledot, the portion of Toledot in chapter 26. Okay. Okay. Right. Start at chapter 26, verse 1.
And there was a famine in the land, beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went on to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, unto Gerar. And the Lord appeared unto him and said, go not down unto Egypt, dwell in the land which I shall tell thee of. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with thee, and will bless thee. For until thee and until thy seed I will give all these lands, and I will establish the oath which I swore unto Abraham thy father. And I will multiply thy seed as the stars of heaven, and will give unto thy seed all these lands. And by sea shall all the nations of earth bless themselves. Because that Abraham hearkened to my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws. And Isaac dwelt in Gerar.
Okay. That's Torah. Thank you. All right, so there was a famine land at that time. We're going on down, moving on down. And God, and in the second verse, Jehovah appeared to Abraham. God appeared to Isaac. Because this was in the first famine beside Abraham and Jehovah, and the famines in the land, the first famine that was in the days of Abraham, and Isaac went into Abimelech, king of Philistines. And Jehovah appeared unto him. No matter where you go, the point is that the Most High God is always with us. Always with us. And you can be prosperous in any land, because we say every week that the earth is Jehovah's, the fullness of all the world, and they that dwell therein. Okay. And Jehovah appeared to him and said, go not down into Mitzrayim like your father did. Dwell in the land which I shall tell thee of. Sojourn here. Because I will what? I will be with thee. And I will bless thee. Blessings, wherever you go, you're blessed by the Creator. No matter what land you go into. What country. You always serve the Creator. Because he said, I'm going to bless you even down in Gerar with the Philistines. You're going to be fine. And you're going to prosper there because I'm with you. Because all things belong to the Creator. And he said unto that, I will bless thee, for unto thee and unto your seed I will give all these lands. I will establish the oath which I swore to Abraham your father. I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and will give unto your seed all these lands. And by thy seed all the nations of the earth will bless themselves. You see? All nations will be blessed because of us. We bring Torah, we bring righteousness. And when you have good things and good people around you, the environment is good. The energy is good. The prosperous, their health, longevity is good. Okay? And Abraham, because Abraham hearkened to my voice, Abraham kept my charge and my commandments, my statutes and my laws. So those who think that Abraham didn't have Torah, oh, he had Torah. The Torah the Creator gave him. And because he kept the Torah that God gave him, we're the benefactors of that. That's the difference. And the Creator has increased more Torah for us to do instructions. Abraham kept those laws, but led us into the land. But before we go into that land, which our fathers were already in, but it was still owned. You know, sometimes you can be in a place but you don't own it at the time. You know you're going to own it. You claim it, as the elder said, claim it. And then one day you look around, you don't own it because you now purchased that. But you have an idea that the Creator is going to give you that car, that house, whatever it is. And you know that one day that will be yours. Okay, but everything takes time in God's will. So that was in that portion. Let me get a portion of, I believe that's Yigash in Genesis chapter 45. We're going to go to Genesis 45 now to lead into Yigash. We got to understand. You got to ride into this because it's a mission. It's a mission. God is sending us on this mission. Okay, from generation to generation. But you got to stay focused because then you wouldn't know what's going on here. Okay, we're on the Genesis. We're in Genesis. We're going to go to Bereshit 45 and a portion of Yigash. Chapter 45, we're going to start from verse 5. Chapter 45. We're going to start from verse 4 of the 45th chapter of the book of Genesis. 45th chapter, book of Genesis, start from verse 4. Talk to me, brother.
And Joseph said unto his brethren, Come near to me, I pray you. And they came near. And he said, I am Joseph, your brother, whom ye sold into Egypt. And now be not grieved nor angry with yourselves that ye sold me Hitler. For God did send me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years hath the famine been in the land, and there are yet 5 years in which there shall be neither plowing nor harvest. And God sent me before you to give you a remnant on the earth, and to save you alive for a great deliverance. So now it was not you that sent me hither, but God. And he hath made me a father to Pharaoh, and Lord of all of his house, and ruler of all the land of Egypt. Hasten ye and go up to my father, and say unto him, Thus saith thy son Joseph, God hath made me Lord of all Egypt. Come down unto me, tarry not, and thou shalt not dwell in the land of Goshen, and thou shalt be near unto me, thou and thy children, and thy children's children, and thy flocks, and thy herds, and all thou hast. And there I will sustain thee, for there are yet 5 years of famine, lest thou come to pass that speaketh unto you. And ye shall tell my father of all my glory in Egypt, and all of that ye have seen, and ye have hastened, and bring down my father hither. And he fell upon his brother's Benjamin's neck and wept. And Benjamin wept upon his neck. And he kissed all his brethren and wept upon them. And after that, his brethren talked to him.
Okay. So, in this portion, Joseph says that, and now don't be grieved with yourself that you sold me here. For God did send me before you to preserve life, the preservation of life. I'm here to preserve life for you, okay, and for others. Well, there's yet several years and 5 years yet for the famine to go. Now that there's plowing no harvest. So God sent me, it says in the 7th verse again before you, to give you what? A remnant on the earth. So shall you sow to save you alive for a great deliverance, a great issue, a great zilla, a great deliverance. That's what this is about. Okay? He sent me for great deliverance. So now it was not you that sent me here, but these are to say the ways of God are mysterious. But God has made me a father to Pharaoh and a lord of all his house, and I'm ruler over Mitzrayim. So Joseph is down to Mitzrayim, and he's ruling in Mitzrayim because God will rise you up wherever you are. Okay? Now he's a ruler. Now thus said Joseph, God hath made me Lord. Tell my father, God hath made me Lord of all Mitzrayim, to come down unto me and tarry not. This is the beginning of our exiting Canaan and going down into Mitzrayim. And thou shalt dwell in the land of Goshen, and thou shalt be near unto me, thou and your children and your children's children, family. It's about Mishpachah. Always was about Mishpachah. Coming down from Abraham all the way down. Mishpachah. You're going to dwell near me. Though we're in Mitzrayim, God is still ruler over all the earth. And here's the thing. You come to me, your children, and your herds. Everything you have, you come down. And there will I sustain thee. Again, that's sustaining thee. Jehovah is going to use Joseph to sustain his people. All right. For there is yet 5 years of famine, lest thou come to poverty. I don't want you to come to poverty. Poverty is not good. So bring everything you have down to Mitzrayim, and I'm going to sustain you. The Creator is going to give me to give to you, to sustain you. Okay. And thy house, and all that you have. And behold, you see that this is me, your brother. Okay, I'm speaking to you. 13 says, and ye shall tell my father of all my glory in Egypt, and all that ye have seen. And ye shall hasten and bring down my father here to Mitzrayim. And he fell upon his brother's neck and wept. And Benjamin wept upon his neck. And he kissed all his brothers, in spite of all that is happening, because nothing happens without the will of the Creator. Going down to Mitzrayim, it's a path, it's a walk. And his brothers talk with him. Give me now the 46th chapter of the book of Genesis. Before we go into you guys, chapter 46. Chapter 46 from verse 1. Chapter 46, verse 1.
And Israel took his journey with all that he had, and came to Beersheba and offered sacrifices unto the God of his father Isaac.
Number one, everything he had, God gave him. But what he does, like his father's father, he always offered an offering. He pitched his altar. And Israel took his journey with all he had and came in Beersheba and offered sacrifice to God of his father Isaac. Okay, continue.
And God spoke unto Israel in the visions of the night.
Visions of the night.
And said, Jacob, Jacob.
Yaakov,
And he said, Here I am.
Here am I, he says.
And he said, I am God.
I am God. I am El.
The God of thy father.
The God of your father.
Fear not to go down into Egypt.
Don't worry to go down to Egypt. As I told Abram, you're going to be down there. You're going to be there for 400 years. But I'm going to make success out of that 400 years. You're going to learn, go to school, you're going to prompt, you're going to build businesses, you're going to be great. Just like you are in America. You're going to come up and you're going to thrive in there, in spite of all they do to you. Go ahead.
For I will there make of thee a great nation.
I will in Egypt, make you a great nation. See, God is God wherever you go. I will make you down in Egypt. I'm going to make you there and you a great nation. So God said, you can't hate the Egyptians. I'm going to make you there a great nation. I'm going to make you a great nation in America and around the world. Yes, I am. In England, I'm going to make you a great nation, wherever you at. But this is for Yaakov. Continue.
I will go down with thee into Egypt.
But when you go down in Egypt, like Abraham went to Egypt and Isaac went to Gerar, guess who's with you? The Creator. I'm going down with you. You're not going down alone. Because my eyes are on all the earth, and I'll never forget you. I never forsake you. I'm going down there with you. Continue.
And I will also surely bring thee up again.
Now I'm going to bring you up again. I'm going to bring the nation up, because we know that Yaakov is going to die in Egypt, but he's going to come up and be buried back in Canaan. So he will come up, and the nation will come up. Go ahead.
And Joseph shall put his hand upon thine eyes.
And Joseph will put his hand. That means Joseph is going to, what better people to be when you die, when you make your transition to be around your family. Your family. Not strange people in the hospital. Your family. The one to take care of you, to close your eyes. Your mishpachah. Your sons, your daughters, your cousins, your aunts, your uncles, your brothers, your sisters. All right. Talk to me.
And Jacob rose up from Beersheba And the sons of Israel carried Jacob to their father and their little ones and their wives in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. And they took their cattle and their goods, which they had gotten in the land of Canaan.
In the land of Canaan, they were always obtaining. They were always on the uptrot. That they've got this to go down. Continue.
And came into Egypt, Jacob and all his seed with him, his sons and his sons' sons with him, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his seed brought he with him into Egypt.
Because God went with him there. Don't be afraid to go, because I'm going to be with you. I'm going to be with your family. When we pray, we don't just pray for us. We pray for our Mishpachah, because it's about a family. It's about you, your sons, your daughters, your sons' daughters, your daughters' daughters, all family. When he moved with his family. Moved together. Not apart, together. The blessing, a whole family. Okay? Now, from there, let me get Genesis, I had 47, verse 12. Let me see, verse 12.
And Joseph sustained his father, his brethren, and all his father's household with bread, according to the one of their little ones.
So Joseph, being in a position, sustained his father and his family, all those daughters, all those 70 sons, and what the servants they had, Joseph made sure that they was fed, they were taken care of. Because every major government that we were in, from Egypt, from Babylon to Shushan the palace and under the Persians, to Daniel in Babylon, we always, Esther in Shushan the palace, we always had someone in city or state or federal government to take care of us by the hand of God. And Joseph was this one at this time, to make sure that the people are fed. The Creator never leaves us without. In addition to that, the blessings of the Yehovah. And then the Egyptians themselves at this time, financially, economically, were depleted. And yet Israel grew financially greater than Egyptians. They became more powerful than Egyptians, because Egyptians sold off everything they had just to maintain basic life, which is important. And yet Israel didn't have to sell. So of course, overall, we multiplied politically and financially. We had someone looking out for us. More so, the creator of the universe was keeping us and utilizing Joseph and the Egyptian system, the Egyptian economics, provide for us. Okay, look what happens. We were invited down as guests. But that eventually is going to change. You're going to see how status can change. You can be at the top of the totem pole. You can be doing so great. You can be like Rosewood, all right, Florida and Oklahoma, Black Wall Street, Tulsa, doing great. And then that can be stripped away from you. Be taken away, taken down for envy, for jealousy. You can be Hayti, North Carolina. There were many different places that were very successful at the top of the game. You can have your presidents and all your governors and your mayors. You can have all your constituents, your doctors and lawyers, but still, that can change. So one day you're at the top, and the next time you look, you're not at the top anymore. Things change, and yet Joseph was sustaining them at this time. So I had said the chapter 47, verse 12. Okay. That was it. And Joseph sustained his brethren and all his father's household with bread, according to the one of their little ones. How he did it. Okay. Now we go to chapter 48. Before we go to 48, give me Genesis 47, verse 28. Let me see, verse 28.
And Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years. So the days of Jacob, the years of his life, were 147 years.
Wow. Okay. That's how long he lived in the land of Egypt. 7 years. Okay, 14 years. Okay. So now we go to Genesis 48, verse 1 through 5.
And it came to pass after these things that one said to Joseph, Behold, thy father is sick. And he took with him his two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And one told Jacob and said, Behold, thy son Joseph cometh unto thee. And Israel strengthened himself and sat upon the bed.
So one, as usual in Torah, is doing telling, the information is getting to whomever. God always makes that possible. So he strengthened himself on his bed and continue.
And Jacob said unto Joseph, God Almighty appeared unto me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and blessed me.
In the land of Canaan, and blessed me.
And said unto me, Behold, I will make thee fruitful and multiply thee, and I will make of thee a company of peoples.
I'm going to make of you, Yaakov, a company of people.
And will give this land to thy seed after thee for an everlasting possession.
I'm going to give the land that you're in right now, and the land you're on your way, this land to you as an everlasting possession. Even though you're on your way to your uncle's house, I'm going to give this land to you. It was already done. But yet, it wasn't time for them to take it physically, but the iniquity of the Amorites has not got to its border. Right? Continue.
And now thy two sons who were born unto thee in the land of Egypt, before I came unto thee into Egypt, are mine, Ephraim and Manasseh. Manasseh, even as Reuben and Simeon shall be mine.
Okay, that's it. Now give me Genesis 50th chapter. Go to the 50th chapter, verse 19 to 21.
Okay. And Joseph said unto them, Fear not, for am I in the place of God?
For am I in the place of God? Don't worry about it. Most High God has put me here. Go ahead.
And as for you, ye meant evil against me.
You meant evil against me because the Most High God used what was in you.
But God meant it for good.
And he turned that into good.
To bring to pass as it is this day, to save much people alive.
To save much people alive. Not just you. Primarily you. But there's other peoples in this earth that need saving. Israel, you will be a blessing to the nations that will be saved. Go ahead.
Now therefore, fear ye not.
Don't fear.
I will sustain you.
I'm going to sustain you.
And your little ones.
And your little ones.
And he comforted them.
And he comforted them.
And spoke kindly unto them.
And spoke kindly unto them. Okay. All right. Now, continue in the 22nd chapter, 22nd verse in that same chapter.
And Joseph dwelt in Egypt, he and his father's house. And Joseph lived 110 years. And Joseph saw Ephraim's children of the third generation. The children also of Machir and Manasseh were born upon Joseph's knees.
Upon Joseph's knees. All right. That means he raised them. He raised his children and great-grandchildren. Bless. That's a blessing. Continue.
And Joseph said unto his brethren.
Look what he said to his brethren. Go ahead.
I die. But God will surely remember you.
He will remember you.
And bring you up out of this land unto the land which he swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob.
Look at the mission. Passing down to Abram, to Yitzchak, to Yaakov, all the way down to Joseph, though he was ruling Egypt, though we were raised in Egypt and went to Egyptian school, ate Egyptian food, wore Egyptian clothing. God will bring you out of here. Joseph is saying to the land which he swore to Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. And 25th verse says what?
And Joseph took an oath of the children of Israel.
Of the children of Israel, saying,
God will surely remember you, and ye shall carry up my bones from hence.
God will not forget you, will not forsake you. And when he does deliver you out of here, carry my bones. Go ahead.
So Joseph died, being 110 years old. And they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Egypt.
They embalmed him. He was put in that coffin until the children of Israel took him out. And as we start our portion, as we go into Yigash, okay, in the book of Exodus, the book of Shemot, the first chapter. Ele Shemot b'nei Yisrael haba'im mitraim. First verse says,
now these are the names of the sons of Israel who came into Egypt with Jacob.
That came into Egypt with him years ago. These were them. Talk to me.
Every man came with his household.
And Yaakov ish beto ba'u. Every man came with his household. It's not about an individual. It's about your household. It's about your bait. It's about your family, mishpachah. Because though they're part of Yaakov, they had their own families. Even back in Canaan, they had their own, they worked their father's business. However, they even had their own. But it was about the household. Why y'all standing there and seeing that we need some food? What, you want us to die? I heard this food down the Mitzrayim. We worked as a unit. Okay, second verse says,
Reuben, Simeon,
Shemot,
Levi,
Lewi,
and Judah,
Yehuda,
Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan, and Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, and all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls, and Joseph was in Egypt already.
Because Joseph had been Mitzrayim already, so 68, Joseph was already there with his sons, all right? These are they with their children, which came down from Canaan. Not inclusive of counting all the servants they had and so forth. The substance they had, a very great multitude. Continue.
And Joseph died.
Yamad Joseph.
And all his brethren and all that generation.
They made that transition that generation. But he said to the children of Israel, promise me that when I leave and I die, that when it's time that God comes to deliver Israel, be 400 years, doesn't matter. Remember, be kind to me and take my body out of here. Back to the land of Canaan, because Joseph couldn't leave. You got to understand Joseph's position as he was. He had to ask permission for Pharaoh to leave to go bury his father. Because they wouldn't let Joseph. Why? Because Pharaoh's not going to let Joseph leave. So he has to make sure that he's going to return because Egypt is dependent on you. So Joseph couldn't leave. Then even after all that, said, I want to retire. Now I'm going to Canaan. That's not going to happen. He'd have to die in Mitzrayim. Because now he works for the Egyptian government. The Egyptian secrets, everything that he has known and learned and orchestrated is in Egypt. So he has to ask permission for Pharaoh to leave. And Pharaoh says, go. And he sent Egyptian officials with them to bury Yaakov at the same time, but the children stayed behind. So that what? Make sure Joseph come back. Not that so much they are burning, but the fact that I want to make sure you come back. I like you and everything. He suits Pharaoh Shemitic, but I still want to know that I gotta strengthen my position to make sure you return. So Joseph made the children of Israel swear to him that they're going to take his body from Egypt when that extraction should happen. Egypt that we'll leave. So now it says, now in the 7th verse, call Akai, all that generation died. But then the 7th verse, look at this. Talk to me, brother.
And the children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly, and multiplied and waxed exceedingly mighty, and the land was filled with them.
Now look at this, what happened. Now, this is the change of the game. Why? Because this didn't just happen overnight. From the time that they went to Mitzrayim, to Egypt, Joseph took care of them. The Egyptians sold all their substance just to maintain till they sold themselves. They became what? Government employees, indentured servants, working trading hours for dollars. They had land. They were sort of self-employed, but now their land is not producing any grain. So now they would sold their homes, their land, which makes you self-sufficient, but now you're not, and we're gonna hire you. We're gonna sell ourselves to you, our land to you, and you're gonna have us. We'll be yours, belong to you. And we're gonna work the same land that we used to own. Look at that. So does that sound familiar? Now you're gonna work the same land you used to own. Now the government owns the land and you working for the government. These are the Egyptian people. But yet over here in Goshen, Israel is being sustained by, as Joseph used that term many times, I'm going to sustain you with bread and stuff. I'm going to sustain you. So they're constantly being sustained. If you're constantly being blessed by God and you're being given substance, while the other people who with you among, those other black, beautiful people that you're among, the Egyptians, you're among them. They are brothers and sisters, but of him. They're not on the same level with the Creator, and yet we will consider below them because of our occupation. And yet we're in Egypt, and we're now economically, spiritually, financially, in every aspect, we are growing above the Egyptians in their own land. So it says, B'nai Israel paru were fruitful, yish retsu, increased greatly, and yir bu, multiply, and then, not just in great numbers, but Ya'am Zebu became mighty. How do you become powerful and mighty? God gives you might. God gives you power. Koah. The Creator gives you blessing, and you become politically power. You control, Moshel. You rule. You own. They did, because remember, Egyptians didn't own the things. Another nation has come in as guests and become over you. It's one of the same things that God told us in Devarim, that a nation among us would get above us as the curse. But now we are above the Egyptians economically. We begin to multiply. We're running the financial system. Sounds familiar? When you serve the Creator, you become the head of the economics, because now you become the head, not the tail. You will take over economies. You will control the economies, and you become politically strong. Well, that's what was happening. Anyone that takes hold of the Creator's laws, even those amongst us here, be it us or others who keep the Torah like us, it will control the economies. And I often say that there's 12 million European Yehudim, the Jews in the world, 6 million in America, as it was said in the past. Yet they control the economies of the world. How can that be? Because once you adopt on to what God gave us, that Torah, it gives you power. It gives you dominion. You become the head. Your thoughts are different. You don't just be that servant to the nation. You become now the master and the Lord and landowners and owners, but you're still dealing righteously. You become progressive. You think progressive, because you cannot be the same being one who follows the Creator. You must grow. You must move. You must conquer. You must do. You must build. That's the power when you serve the Creator. And they became mighty. Yamzu. Be'mim'od. They became mightily, exceedingly. Be'me'od. So they became very powerful, more powerful than the Egyptians themselves in their own land. Israel became that. Okay? But didn't Creator said that as the things that we just read? I'm gonna make you a nation down in Mitzrayim. Your formality, your nucleus is gonna be down there. Egypt had the best schools. Egypt had the best learning centers, the best food, the best this, the best art, the best that. You're gonna learn from. Just like when you're here in this country, you're gonna get the best of this country. Where other people around the world from the various worlds come to this country, America, because things are better. They may have beautiful sights in their country, but they lack substance and certain sorts of education they come here for, because it's here. And when they achieve that, they can return back home. Many of them don't. But the fact of it is that you look for the best. And the Creator made us servants to the best places. If you're going to be I always say, if you're going to be a slave, be a well-paid one. You want a cage, get a golden one. You got to choose between a prison. You got the city, state, and federal. You better get the federal, because you got better treatment, better substance, quality. Okay? That's the difference. I'm going to make you mighty, and you became greatly mighty. And then it says, Tam Ti Male, and they fill the earth, prosperous, progressive, politically strong, and you're going in numbers, and you're serving trade in numbers. How are so many people doing so well? How can there be a Tulsa, Oklahoma, a Black Wall Street, a Rosewood in Florida, a High Tide, North Carolina? That's going to cause envy and jealousy. They didn't bring you here for that. They bring you here to work economically, to make money for the system. There were slaves on Wall Street who taught or made money for their masters. There were slaves who even taught their masters how to read. Oh yeah, economics is very deep. Whether the North financed it and the South did it, but yet they were in it together. But the South came to the point where they said, well, we want our own economy. We have our own federal money, our own of that federal money that they sent. And it was a battle between the North and South, not so much because of slavery, because of the economy that the South was going past of. They want to be separated from everything else. We want our own government. And they have the federal, that flag, they fly. Yeah, they printed their own money up. That's how deep it was. Well, listen, we became great in other places. Wherever we were, we became great. In Shushan, we always excel because it's the Creator that excels us. Okay? Now, at the top of their game, politically strong, numerous, plenty of them, mightily, financially strong, let's say spiritually strong. In Mitzrayim, not in Canaan, in Mitzrayim. But here's what I've said, and I read all those chapters to show you the lead up to now, is that at the top of their game, life can change. No matter how many degrees you have, how many doctors and lawyers you have, how much you may own, what's your position at the top? Guess what? Things can change. And at the will of the Creator, things will change. Because now, in the 8th verse says what?
Now there arose a new king over Egypt, who knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people, behold, the people of the children of Israel are too many and too mighty for us. Come, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there befalleth us any war, they also join themselves unto our enemies and fight against us and get them up out of the land.
So now, what happens is Yakum Melech Hadash, a new king arise, a new authority arose, became in power. The old Hyksos kings of the Shemitic line now are no more, and the original Hamitic kings now begin to return to the throne. And Yakamelech, a new king, arose over Mitzrayim, who did not recognize or didn't take Lo Yada, who did not know Joseph. What Joseph done, Joseph was the man. He was the man. So how could you not know Joseph as great a man he was in history in Egypt? Where's the writings on Joseph? Did you strip him like a lot of countries do? You take him away, break him down, destroy him, remove his name from history? That you don't know the greatness of this man, of Joseph? Or you refuse to acknowledge him because he wasn't of the original line. He was a brother. But his greatness, that's why I use the term Lo Yada and Joseph. He did not recognize why. Why would you recognize Joseph? Because Joseph was the greatness of it. To some point, even greater than Pharaoh himself. Because God was with Joseph. But it doesn't matter to them. Because now, this king, who's going to be utilized by the Creator either way, that he said to his people, who's his people? The Egyptians. They're both people of color. They're black people. Israel and the Egyptians. But remember, everybody, your color is not your kind. So now, he's saying to his people, we came down as guests. We're the brothers from up in Canaan. We come down on a sojourn, a short term to be there, with short term is 400 some odd years. But we're there, but now we're risen up to the top of the game, of our game, because we're serving God, and the Creator's keeping his promise with our forefathers, but now we have a problem. Because Yakam Melech Hadash is a new king overall, a new authority, a new government who won't acknowledge the past, no matter what you've done, how great you are. And he says to his people, he's causing division now, and says, listen, B'nai, I'm B'nai Israel, the people of Israel, the children of Israel are robbed. They're atum, they're more stronger and mightier than we are in our own land. That's what he's saying to his people. Look what happens. Hava, nikha, ma, let us deal wisely and truly with them. We got to change the situation. We got to make America great again. Change the situation. So don't think that's the first time you just hear him making Egypt great again. But now we hear we're gonna make America great again. But how? What's in your mind? Put these people back in bondage and shackles, if not physical, mental. So we have to deal with them wisely. Because paying ye the bed, lest they multiply, because they're already multiplying, but lest they multiply with hayah, and it would be that should happen, tikrana, that milchama nutzah, that a war break out, and what they'll do, they'll join our side because we're a great army, we're a great people. But here's what, we're not great without them. Because they're our plumbers, our doctors, our lawyers. They're our workers. They're the foundation. They built this place. They took care of our children. They raised our children. Our children sucked on their breasts. They built the storehouses. They built the buildings. They did all the work, remedial work, and all the other work. And they got those of them who are still at the top of the game in education and all. But here's the thing. If they know Safdamahu al-Hassan, if they join themselves with our enemies, if they find a common ground with our enemies, we're in trouble, Pharaoh said. So, and then neither come and they wage war by new against us. And here's a bigger problem that we have. If they wage on to our enemies and become one and fight with us, and then Allah, however, they go up out the land. Well, doesn't that sound for me? I don't want you to be great, but I don't want you to leave either. Because somebody got to run this country. Somebody got to do the work and the things that we don't want them to want to do ourselves. So we don't want them to join our enemy, but more so we don't want them to leave. Because if you think you're free, try leaving the mass numbers out of this country here. You think you're free, you can't go. Because you are part of this country. And they, believe it or not, still look at you as chattel. So Pharaoh's thing is, we don't want them in these positions that they have. So we got to deal with them wisely, how to what? Get them from those positions and now get them back in a position where they're serving us, not owning us, not owning landowners and businessmen and businesswomen and politically controlling the politics of it. We're going to make them now subservient to us, but we got to do it wisely. We got to what? Deprive them of real education. We got to give them bad food. We got to constantly make them sick, but not sick enough where they can't do the work for us, but just sick enough where they won't be at their full strength to maintain themselves, that they can't empower themselves to be self-sufficient. Or we got to make them like that. We got to make them control their mind, their very thoughts. So give them inferior food, give them another religion. Because what beliefs they have, what well like they have is too strong, and it makes them great. So we got to take away that from them and give them something else. Let us give them the Ra or this here, this particular belief, this so-called belief, this religion. Take away from them, separate their families, destroy them. We got to do it wisely. We can't be so optimistic, so open. We can't be transparent, but get it done. Let's put it in words. Let's exercise this. Yo, different than they do now. Let's put drugs in their community. Let's put alcohol. Make sure every 3 or 4 blocks there's an alcohol place, a liquor store, or a fried food joint. Make sure anything that's bad for them, we're gonna have them. Housing that's dilapidated, everything that's negative, let's put it in them. Let's deal with them wisely. Let's now deal with their loans that they have in their housing. We'll red zone their area. We'll charge them more for loan interest. We'll do everything to them to bring them down. And more so, we'll break their spirits. Because that's the strongest thing they have. Let's pull back the substance that they have. Well, the very same thing is what the system had to us, and it's still doing. Not so much physical, it's a mental war. Images and psychological change of slavery. Okay? The new Jim Crow. Well, This is something we're going to deal with them wisely. Okay. But we don't want them to leave now, because we want them to still what? Be those bus drivers, be those truck drivers, be those street cleaners, be the people down here, be that working class that build. But under us, be the ones who will build and work and take care of houses and clean our houses and everything else and work our fields and plant our yards and, run our businesses. That's what still done. So this is a game plan. This is a system. Just remember, in this kind of 3/4 of our human being. This is very deep. We don't want them to leave. We don't want them in their position, but we don't want them to leave. All right, 11th verse says what?
Therefore they did set over them taskmasters.
So we have to put taskmasters over them. Okay?
To afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh's store cities.
They built store cities and treasures.
Pithom and Ramses.
And Ramses, we built it. We made it. The pyramids, we made them. Not that it only was us, but we were part of that working that makes them. We build the wealth for Pharaoh. We build the wealth for America and other countries in England and wherever we were at. We make them wealth and work those fields. The wealth of today is built on our forefathers' back and us. So Yaakov was no stranger to tell Uncle Laban, I need to leave so I can do for myself and my family and build my work, my empire, my LLC. Yeah, we built the LLCs for this country, America, and others prior. Yes, we did. So let us deal with them wisely, and we're still building. We're still enriching their companies and their output, their jobs, and the purposes. We became the economy. We became the criminal, the 13th Amendment. We became the ones that said, okay, we'll arrest you. And now we arrest you without the officers that have, police don't have the job. And we'll take you to the little temporary gate, the prison, the jail cells where we fill out our paperwork and all the secretaries, the people, the precinct have jobs. Then you be off to central booking where everybody there have jobs, the cleaners and the janitors. Or then we're going to take you to the prison where the prison guard and the cooks and everybody else have jobs. We're going to make a whole economy out of you. And all the substances that come in, the clothes and the toothpaste and the mouthwash and everything that comes in, there's be economy around you in prison. And while you're in prison, you're going to make clothes and work and license plates and do everything. Well, we're going to still make an economy out of you because you are our economy. So this day. So yeah, we built cities, store cities and storehouses and businesses in Mitzrayim. Remember how that changed. We're at the top of the game and we ruled, but now we're not. He's removing that from us slowly. More so, taking our spirit away. So what I'm saying is circumstances can change. Just because you were over here don't mean. God told us, Israel, you should be the head and not the tail. But look how where we're falling at. The Rosh, not the Zanah. But look where we're at now. So your conditions can change. Today you have money and millions, tomorrow you're broke. How did it happen? Who set this up? Economies collapsed. Who collapsed them? Why? Who was it beneficial to? Well, Pharaoh's saying, look at them. We're going to put taskmasters over them. We're going to put their own people to govern. So they're going to set some of your own people up to be over you. They're going to put your politicians in place and your ministers in place to make sure and give them purpose to make sure they do the right thing that the governments want done. In slavery time, many slaves wanted to become ministers because it gave them a life of privilege. As the note says, the Christian minister amongst the slaves, like the Nat Turner story, gave you a little privilege than other slaves. Then they put you in, you an overseer, you their house Negro. You were there next to the master to some degree, but at the same time, all house Negroes wasn't. Some was really part of the revolution of the slaves of the field. But yet, these are the things that will be done to you. So what we're going to do, they appoint over them officers of the work of taxes and hardship of labor. To what? Lema'an anato, to afflict them with biselovatam, with their burdens. And now they built these storehouses, these treasures, these fortunes, these companies, these LLCs, and storehouses and food and everything. In Ramses. 12th verse says,
but the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and the more they spread abroad. And they were adread because of the children of Israel.
So now they started to afflict them and put all these plans in place. But the more they afflicted them, okay, the more the more they would multiply. And they would burst forth. And now they were distressed. When you put so because the children of Israel. So they put drugs in your community. They cause all sorts of things to happen. I'm giving you then and now. All the different plans of insufficiency, you're not sustained. Okay? Create programs that don't work. But yet you even grew, multiplied even more. So now the plans backfire. So the drugs that they put in your community, the guns that they can put in your community that you didn't make, but you got them somehow. Guess who got how to get there? Guess who made them? Look on the serial number. Where they come from? How the military issue? Who made them? But you're going to use them against each other. But now that began to what? Backfire. That plan, he that diggeth the picture fall therein. So now their own people begin to shoot themselves, shoot up various things. Their own people begin to be strung out on drugs and heroin and crack and all that. So look how the plan happens then and now. It reverts, it reciprocates. Okay? And the hole that was dug, now they fall therein. The traps that were planned, no weapon formed against you, Israel shall prosper. This is what happens. But God is in control. Next verse says,
and the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with rigor.
Oh, we're going to make you serve hard with rigor. Go ahead, brother.
And they made their lives bitter with hard service, in mortar and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field, in all their service, wherein they made them serve with rigor.
Okay, yeah, Abdul, Israel, B'nai Israel, and they enslaved them and made them bond with the Egyptians, the children of Israel, the parrot, hard rigor. Well, you know we're not supposed to be dealt with rigor, oppression, something the Creator told us not to do to one another. Prophetic, hard rigor, beating and yelling and screaming at one another. That's not for us. He was upset with Moab because they didn't meet us with what? Water and bread when we came out of Egypt. And told them they could never enter our congregation because they didn't meet us with water and bread. By the way, they didn't show us hospitality. So now we're being ruled with rigor, prior, beaten. We're the children of God. We're his first one. How you treat us like that? How we're up here at the top controlling things and now we're down there being controlled. Look how that reciprocates, that flip. So it happened then and it can happen now. It has happened. Whatever society can change, up, you're down, but all in the hand store of the true and living God. So they gave them kasha, avodah kasha, hard work. That's with panic, with rigor. They in command. So now we're dealing with mortar and with benin, with limestone, with bricks, and every manner of the field we work. We called it the plumbers, the diggers, the welders, the workmen, the laborers. We're that. We're everything. That's where it is then and now. We hold a place in that. But not to enrich ourselves, but to enrich those who rule over us. Okay, with mortar, with bricks, and with every man of labor in the field, and all their labors that they perform with them. By him, they form with rigor. Because they're going to break their spirit. And the worst thing you can have is a broken spirit. When your spirit is broken and you're depressed, I don't care how strong you are physically, whatever your mind is depressed, your spirit is gone. You have no self-sufficiency, no empowerment. You have no self-esteem. And that's what they want. You always believe others are greater than you or better than you. And you have to don't believe into yourself or your people. And they took or in your leaders, you don't believe in because they took all that away from you. Your household, the women to their husbands. To a child, your father was the greatest thing. He was your hero, but now he's not your hero. Others that don't look like you become your hero. They become your gods. They become the idols on your walls and in your place of worship. They become the ones you listen to your ears. They become your strength, not your own who look like you. Oh, it's a system of degradation. A system. It's systemic. Like racism is systemic. Talk to me, brother. What verse was that?
Verse 15.
Verse 15. Some sheep.
And the king of Egypt spoke to the Hebrew midwives, of whom the name of the one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah.
So Shiphrah and Puah, he spoke to two midwives who were in charge. Now, of course, these women could not deliver all the children of Israel, but of course, they had teams who under them. They were companies who were in charge of who they were over to complete this. So now Pharaoh gets involved, the king gets involved himself, and he says to Shiphrah and Puah,
and he said, when ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, ye shall look upon the birth stool. If it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live.
So in other words, the government said, hey, look, it came to the point where we're still multiplying, but now we're going to go to phase 2. We're going to kill all the males now. We'll leave the women alive. We absorb them. They become part of us, but the men we're going to kill. And now, while these Hebrew women are having children on the birth stool, because in the older days, they didn't lay down to have children. They sat on the stool. They sat up. Because when you think of it's a scientific way of that, the child comes out, and opposed to laying down, it's different. So they sat on birth stools. And you sat up, and your child came out from under you. Okay, those are ways of that were easier than laying down. So in churches today, they still do the same thing in certain parts of the world. You sit up on a stool to have your child. In some places, they have water underneath it. The child comes out right into the water. Okay, but it's on that birth stool, al-habanim. If it's a male, you kill it. Hamitin. And if it's a bat, chaya, she'll live. Same plan. You said the conspiracy to destroy black boys. Well, if you don't have to worry about men if you take care of the boys, because now the boys become men, but now they destroying your men, killing your males. Through other means. By the authorities. It's all the same way today. The authorities are doing it. But just not little children. Now they're destroying the older men. And now they're destroying the women too. Before it was just the men. But now it's the women and the men are dying by the hands of the various authorities. So look at the similarities. So nothing is new under the sun. Next verse says?
Verse 17, but the midwives feared God and did not ask the king of Egypt. And did not as the king of Egypt commanded, but saved the men children alive.
There were always people. These were Egyptian women who were put in charge of Israel. But there were always people of other nations, even this nation, who looked out for people, who looked out for black people. The Browns and the various families who fought with blacks, who did not listen to the authorities to do that, which the authorities said. Okay, there were always where we have people who thought like we thought, who moved with us. In opposed to moving with the authorities that they were from. There were always people who fought with us that were not of us. Okay? So these midwives refused to do as Pharaoh had commanded them to sit, and they saved our young men alive. Because there are always those in their system who are not destroyers. Now, this is a government-instituted program that they approve. Because the racism and the various things that we gather institutionalized in our governments, in our systems, in our constitutions, that has to be eradicated. So that's why it's a long fight, and you're always constantly fighting. You're always constantly staying online. It's never over. It's always the struggle goes on. I don't care what level you get to in education, what level you get through in business, what level you get through in finance, the struggle always go on. You got to keep your eye on the prize and trading. Watch the standard, watch the people, the government, the laws that's made and passed, the people who's in position. You'll never go to sleep at the wheel. You always have to stay alert. You watch your inebriation and all the things that you're drinking and smoking and the various plans they have to put in your system, the intoxications and all the defilement and things they have. You got to be conscious of that, because if not, you'll fall asleep at the wheel. You become unconscious, and nothing is like an unconscious people to understand the perils and the evils that's done against you through systems. This is in Torah. Continue.
Verse 18.
Verse 18.
And the king of Egypt called for the midwives and said unto them, why have ye done this thing and have saved the men children alive?
Why did you send them? Why did you save them alive? Why you didn't kill them? Why you didn't put them in jail? Why you didn't do this to them? I said, no.
And the midwife said unto Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women, for they are lively and are delivered ere the midwife come unto them.
They're not like us. These Hebrew women, though they're black like us, they're not like us. Their energy is different. Their lives is different. Their spirit is different. Listen, before we even get to them, they done had the child on their own. They done cut their own umbilical cords, and after birth, they done relieve that themselves. They're not like us, Pharaoh. Okay, God is with them. 20 verse says,
and God dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty.
Because no weapon formed against you will prosper. Because God is with you in Egypt, He's with you in America, England, the Caribbean, wherever you at, He's with you. All right, so that plan did not work. Okay, it was not working. So what Pharaoh began to do, he had specific people to do this job for her, but now he's going to open up the door for the people themselves of Egypt to now do this evil. It's part of the Constitution, the same way this country made it part of the Constitution. That no matter what was done to us, evil was done to us, they was not held responsible by this government. So they hanged and murdered and killed and did everything to us, and they was not made accountable. Whether it's through enmity or various things in the mind, they were not held accountable. To this day, many authorities are not held accountable. So they turn loose. So it's within the systemic session of the government. Okay? Talk to me, brother.
Verse 21.
Verse 21.
And it came to pass, because the midwives feared God, that He made them houses.
Because He made them houses. Some say, well, was it a physical house, or was He made them families? He made them have children. He made them a blessed household, not necessarily physical houses. Okay? Okay, He made them houses. He made them have families. Okay, He blessed them. Made their life great. Family. The greatest thing you can have is a family. Okay? And when a house find their houses, but actually good things. He blessed them. Okay, talk to me.
And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, every son that is born, ye shall cast into the river, and every daughter ye shall save alive.
So now it comes from a personal, from a private sector to a public sector mission, which now all the public can now find our young black male child and throw him into the river. Institutionalized now in the system now to do it will kill those black males, but the daughters will keep alive. Wow, that's deep. So it's nothing new in history. Chapter 2.
And there went a man of the house of Levi and took to wife a daughter of Levi. And the woman conceived and bore a son. And when she saw him, that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months.
So now, out of the house of Levi, this came forth, this child. Okay, and this child came in on the decree. The law was passed now that the Egyptians can take the Hebrews child, male child that are born, and throw them into the river. So now, at that time, this began to happen. The children that came before the decree were fine. So this is going to lead into Moshe, because Aharon is already born, who's 3 years older than Moshe, and Miriam is older than Aaron. So this is what's going to lead to me. Go ahead of myself at this point. But now, this is who we would term to be Moshe. This child was a goodly child, but at some point, she couldn't hide him any longer. Because she don't want them to take his life. No different than the slavery in this country. There were many mothers who did not want their children to go through the harsh of what they dealt with, so they took their children alive. It's like in the movie where Oprah played Beloved, where she cut her children's throat. She tried to kill her children because she knew the slave masters would be coming to take them to work, and she'd rather them to die than for them to experience that. Well, this mother feared that they would do that to her child, so she took her child and she tried to hide him. And then when she couldn't hit him, here's what she did. The 3rd verse says,
when she could not longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes and daubed it with slime and with pitch. And she put the child therein and laid it in the flags by the river brink.
By the beach or by the river brink. So what she did was she took the child, she made a little boat, a little ark. She waterproofed it, pitch, so that it'll float. All right? And she put the reeds in it and put Moshe, her child, in it, and then sent him down the river. I'd rather that happened than they come here and hear the child crying and they take his life. Okay? And this is, again, our black nation doing it to another black nation. This is black on black crime. That shit happened. This is what it is. Criminality by your own brothers and sisters of the continent. Talk to me. Next verse.
Verse 4.
Verse 4.
And his sister stood afar off to know what would be done to him.
So his sister, his older sister Miriam, watch, not Aharon. Because if Moshe is a baby, Aharon is about 3 years old. So you don't send a 3-year-old to watch. Send Miriam, who's older, to watch what happens to Moshe as that ark, the little boat, goes down the river. Go ahead.
And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to bathe in the river.
So the unique thing about this, the daughter of Pharaoh, Pharaoh, al Hayar. Go ahead.
And her maidens walked along by the riverside. And she saw the ark among the flags and sent her handmaid to fetch it.
Well, she said, so now she come to bathe. Now, what uniqueness about this? They bathed in the rivers. Let's say it's the Nile. They're bathing in the Nile. She has a portion of the Nile where I guess her great house is in. And she came, well, she got her maids and her bodyguards around her, and she's bathing in the river. And she sees that ark. Now, you know the Creator is overseeing this, orchestrating this. Like I said, you're going to be in a cave, be in a prison, be in a well-done prison, be in a golden cave. So he's going to orchestrate this all to go forth. So now she sees that, and she sends her maidens, Na'arot, a young maidens, Na'arateha, to fetch this ark. Okay? Here's what she says. 6th verse says.
6th verse. And she opened it and saw it, even the child. And behold, a boy that wept. And she had compassion on him and said, this is one of the Hebrews' children.
So she had compassion come out on their child, Pharaoh's daughter. Okay? And she identified him and said, this is one of the Hebrews. How? Was it the way he was dressed? Definitely wasn't his color, because they were both black. But he was also circumcised. Right? So you know it. And then what Who would put their child in a river in a boat, in a little hut, and go down the river? Except somebody who was desperate for that child to be alive rather than have him killed. So automatically she knew. One, he's circumcised. I know this one of the Hebrew babies. Okay? And it has to be one of the Hebrew babies based on what I'm looking at here. Okay. Now, at this time, next verse says,
Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter.
How did his sister get in there? How did let her in? She's walking by the river, so evidently even their status was close to Pharaoh's house or to Pharaoh's daughter's house. Evidently, Miriam had a relationship, some sort of relationship with Pharaoh's daughter. Just didn't personally. Who are you, little girl? Why are you talking? How you get in here? No, none of that. But evidently, the book doesn't tell you that. But just to talk out saying, how she get it? Even though the beach is open, but you have private houses on beaches, but this is the area. Well, who are you? And here's what she says to this. And the sister says, so the sister was there. And she said to the daughter of Pharaoh, how was you able to speak to Pharaoh's daughter? Okay. So there was some relationship going on with them as far as she knew her, whatever. She knew her and respected her. But it says, now she says to Pharaoh's daughter, and that, can I read that verse, 7th verse?
Then she said to the Pharaoh's daughter, shall I go and call thee a nurse of the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for thee?
Now, she didn't say, shall I call the child's mother? Because that might be a problem. But I'm going to find a nurse. Would you want me to find a nurse that can nurse this child for you? Take care of this child for you? You want me to do that? Well, again, as I said, you know that there has to be some sort of relationship that she would even answer her and allow her to do such a thing. So she confided in her to do that. Not the mother. So not tell I'm getting a mother. Just like I got to go back in slavery times here. A lot of our mothers, our parents, great-grandparents and all, nurse the Caucasians, the whites' children. That's why you watch a lot of pictures. They grow up to respect Miss So-and-so, like in Rosewood. Because our mothers raised those children. And a lot of them respected our mothers. Yes, they sucked the breasts of those black women. And they raised those families. Master, don't put your hand on that chicken. So-and-so, you go put over there. They were not only just sucked, they raised, in this country, they raised their families. They rocked those children. They put the slave masters' children to rest. Spend time with them. And a lot of those children looked at mama as their own mama. Yeah. So it's nothing new. So when she said, I'm going to go find you a Hebrew, because an Egyptian woman is not going to nurse a Hebrew baby. Against the rules. Because remember, the Hebrews were a step below the Egyptians. We were like, oh, you guys are cattle people, the ranch people, the caste system. So therefore, no. So she's not going to find an Egyptian to do it. Because the Egyptian's not going to do it. Yeah, we're both black people. But that's not going to happen. Let me find one of the Hebrews, who's in the nursing stage that has milk to me. Not necessarily the mother, because that will open up a lot of other wombs. And here's what that Pharaoh knew it was the mother. Pharaoh's daughter knew. So now, she says, I shall go and call for you the woman who can nurse the child, the Hebrew child. And the verse says,
and Pharaoh's daughter said to her, go.
Go.
And the maiden went and called the child's mother.
So now what Pharaoh's daughter did, engineered the plan, she called her mother to do it. So whoever did this already have to have a child in order to milk, to breastfeed this baby. So she called the mother. Next verse says, 9th verse.
And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, take this child away and nurse it for me, and I will give thee thy wages. And the woman took the child and nursed it.
So now, here's a mother being paid to take care of her own children. This didn't say Pharaoh knew that this was a mother. Pharaoh's daughter knew. But listen, nurse me this child, and I'm going to pay you. Imagine being paid to take your own child. Just like the thing they have today, in a home care, where now you get paid to take care of your mother, your daughter, your whatever, whoever. You can get paid for a family to take care of you. Your own abba, your own mother, your own father. They can hire you to be their order, to be their servant. And the system will pay you. So now this woman is going to be paid to take care of her own children. That's a win-win situation, her own child. Because not only will she nurse him, Pharaoh, but she's also going to teach him who he really is. And to show you, he had to have a certain kind of spirit, because if he's going back and forth to Pharaoh's daughter, not saying what his actual mother, that this is his actual mother, she taught him about his people, let him know who he is, because no matter where you go in this society, in this world, you need to know who you are before you even go up the ladder in society. So you can stay connected to your people when you rise in the systemic ladder in business and in power and politics, whatever. Know who you are and whom you come from. Well, this was done. The next verse says,
and the child grew,
Yigdal Hayeled,
and she brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. And she called his name Moshe, and said, because I drew him out of the water. So now
the mother, it didn't say the mother named him. Maybe she did have a name for him, but that's not what she called him. She brought him to Pharaoh's daughter, and Pharaoh's daughter named him Moshe. And she said she named him Moshe because she took Moshe out of the water. So technically, Moshe is actually an Egyptian name. Means drawn from water. But we say it in Hebrew, Moshe. But because I drew him out of water, because I don't see her naming him a Hebrew and her being Egyptian, so she called him Moshe. Means to be drawn from water. Okay, 11.
And it came to pass in those days, when Moshe was grown up, that he went out unto his brethren and looked on their burdens, and he saw an Egyptian smiting a Hebrew, one of his brethren.
So now Moshe is going to the best school. He's going to the top universities in Egypt. Egypt had some of the best schools and everything. So he's educated in the top university, top degrees. He is of the sovereign family of Egypt, okay, being adopted or not. So he doesn't have to work these burdens. He's looking on his brothers who's working with these burdens. He's looking on his people, because he grows up in Pharaoh's house. He's Pharaoh's grandchild, supposedly adopted, So now he's watching his brothers and sisters who's going under this servitude and this bondage. So he goes out to view. He knows his history. His mother taught him of his people, to be connected to his people. So now he goes out and finds their hard bondage and saw an Egyptian beating a Hebrew, one of his brothers. So he always identified, no matter how great or how high he grew up in the system, he always still was connected to his people. And that's what we're saying, that no matter, not that you're not going to go up the ladder in the system, but always stay connected to your people. Have a heart for your people. Understand your people in whatever you may be. However you go in this system, always know your people and look out for your people. Moshe did that. Talk to me, brother.
And he looked this way and that way. And we saw that there was no man. He smote the Egypt and hid him in the sand.
So now, his response to this atrocity was, he killed the Egyptian from hurting his brother. So this meekest man that we know on the earth killed the man with his bare hands, as we may look at. Killed him. He looked this way. First, you had to see anybody looking, whether there's any cameras or Motorola's or all that, right? We didn't have that back then. But to see who's looking, the human Motorola's and the human cameras looking. There was no Muslim, there was no cameras, no human looking, though he thought. So before he did it, though, he looked. What could he have hurt him? But he killed him. So he was definitely connected to his brothers and sisters, no matter how much he lived in this high echelon, this high authority, this great rich home and life of the Pharaoh and his daughter. He connected with his people. he killed an Egyptian soldier, man. Now talk to me, bro.
And he went out the second day, and behold, two men of the Hebrews were striving together.
The first day, two of the Hebrews, as we often do, we're fighting, we're arguing, we're striving with one another, we're abusing each other verbally. Two men, Hebrew men. And go ahead.
And he said to him that did the wrong.
So he what became the judge. He knew who was wrong. The one that the Rasha, it said, the one that of the wicked one who was doing the wrong, to the one that's doing the wrong, to that Hebrew brother, that black brother, the Hebrew, said to him, what?
Wherefore smitest thou thy fellow?
Why'd you hit your brother? Why'd you wrong your brother? And now, Moshe is an authority for them. He's as an Egyptian, so they have to be careful how they talk to him, because he could put them to death. So he approached this Hebrew who did the wrong to another Hebrew brother. Why'd you do that to your brother? And what was the Hebrew response?
And he said,
oh, man,
who made thee a ruler and a judge over of us?
Talk to me, brother.
Thinkest thou to kill me as thou didst kill the Egyptian?
Wow. Continue.
And Moshe feared and said, surely the thing is known.
See? Now here's a brother born for adversity, as the Mishle said. Instead of him saying, you know what, brother? You're right. Adon Moshe, or Sar Moshe, Prince Moshe, you're right. No, he says to him, why? Because he know he had leverage. Because Moshe could have put him to death. But he knew he had leverage. And I always say, be careful when people have leverage over you, because they're going to use it. Be careful when your Hebrew brothers have leverage over you. Be careful when your Hebrew sisters have leverage over you. Because instead of acknowledging that Moshe was right, he said, who are you to rule over us? Who made you a judge over us? Now, he wouldn't have said that if he didn't know Moshe did that, but he had leverage now. He had knowledge. He had some 411. He had some information. And guess what happened when people have that over you? They're going to use that as leverage. You see? And here Moshe helped his brother. And sometimes in helping your people, you may bring harm to yourself. So you have to what? Use discretion on helping and how you help your people. And to see that if it was appreciated, just like the Hebrew he was, this man was not appreciative. This is when we talk about corrector, scorner, he was so forth, correct a man, a wise man, he would ever increase learning. Okay, I take that, you're right. We shouldn't be arguing. But he said, including the one he hit, he came in, who made you a judge over this situation? You tend to kill me, man, like you killed that Egyptian? Now, you know Moshe could have done two things. But the crazy on it, he could have said, hey, come here. And took him too. Because leave no witnesses. All right? Huh? Leave no witnesses. Don't ask, don't tell. What happened? I don't know. But he didn't. The honorable man that he was, he decided to what? To become a fugitive. Because you know what's going to happen. That brother that's born for adversity is going to go to the authorities and let the authorities know what Moshe did. Going to rat him out. Why? So that he can get a privileged position, so that he can get out from under those burdens, that he can become a Lord. He can become one that's written in Pharaoh books. Wow, what we do to our brother. Brothers born for adversity. Well, Joseph's brothers put him in a pit. These brothers weren't biologically, they were brothers of the nation, but yet, instead of acknowledging his correction, he challenged Moshe. Deep. So be careful when people have leverage over you, okay? Because they may utilize the wrong, because they know something. People know all the bones are buried, all the bodies are buried, all the skeletons. Wow. Next verse says,
now when Pharaoh heard this thing,
oh boy, how did he hear it? Who told? That brother. That one was there. So they say, you know what? People say, don't leave no witnesses. That brother went back and told. Now, maybe the guy, him and who knows, him and the guy he was fighting probably couldn't tell together. listen, man, we get up on these birds. Let's go tell Pharaoh. Wow. But your own people will do to you. Throw you right under the bus. And you helping them. Deep. Talk to me.
Now when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moses.
Yeah.
But Moshe fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in the land of Midian.
Your life can change over one incident. One thing, can you be doing all well, got a great position, job, business, oh, you know what? One incident could change your world. That's how it can happen. Like I said, you're up here today, tomorrow, you're on the bottom. Israelites are doing well, lovely. That's again, new king arose, position changed. Now you become servants, not rulers. So when Mishle said, I seen the strange thing, I seen princes walking and servants riding on horses. And that's what we have today. The princes are walking and the servants are ruling over the princes. Ain't that something? Our backwards people are ruling over us. What have we done? What have we allowed to happen? Talk to me, brother. So now Moshe is the fugitive now. His nice position in the house of Pharaoh and his position there now has to end. He's now become a wanted man. He has a bounty in his head. He's a criminal to Pharaoh now. But Yah is still in the picture. Okay, next verse.
Verse 16.
Okay.
Now the priest of Midian has 7 daughters.
Okay,
and they came and drew water and filled the troughs to water their father's flock.
So now, this Midianite priest, the Midianites who are children of Abraham, this is family. God designed this, that Moshe is a fugitive, and now he's going to run to extended family, the Midianite. And this Midianite priest had 7 daughters, and they kept his flock. So now they're running the family business. They maintain the family business of their fathers. So we had the businesses, LLCs, and corporations of our foreparents run by not just men, but also women. From Rivkah to Raquel to Zipporah now we're going to see, and her sisters are running the father's business. So he ran into them. This specific how situations happen, but not accidentally. Everything happened with a cause. So now this man has 7 daughters. They came to water their troughs. And what happened? 17 says what?
And the shepherds came and drove them away. But Moshe stood up and helped them and watered their flock.
So Moshe became their salvation, as it says, their savior. He looked after them because they're evidently, this happens often. So in other words, you women move out the way, let us men water our sheep first. So that's, you don't see no gentlemanship here where people say ladies first. We don't have that hospitality. They know we're going to water our sheep first. Y'all water yours after hours, so there's no hospitality there. These men were not hospitable. But Moshe, he's a defender, he's a legislator. He fights for what? Injustice. You say, well, maybe Moshe didn't learn his lesson. He getting involved with that. Moshe was a man that did not like injustice. He did not like to see a bully or someone beating someone. So he's going to deal with, he's the guy that's going to get into a fight. He's going to get into a mix-up. He don't have no problem mixing it up, but yet he's the meekest man in all the earth. And you know he has no problem killing them. So now he's going to take these sisters who water their cattle, who's now being dealt with wrongly, he's going to defend them because he is who he is. He's a deliberator. He's a guy who's going to stand up for justice. He's going to stand up for the weak. And that's what he does. He delivered them from the situation. He stood up. The bullies back down. All right, brother. Okay. You the man. He took charge of this. And what happened?
And when they came to Reu, their father,
so to Abana El Heruel Abihem, whether their father or grandfather, go ahead.
He said, how is it that ye are come so soon today?
You know, you guys have come back so quickly. My head today. You are late. What happened, daughters?
And they said, an Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and moreover, he drew water for us and watered the flock.
Look how this is. No, there was an Egyptian who saved us, who delivered us, miyad, from the hand of the ro'im of the shepherds. And in addition to that, Kala Lanu Yisak et Ajam. He watered our flock, Abba. He watered our flock. Not only did he save us from their hands, but I'm taking advantage of. He stood up for us and he watered. He was the gentleman. He was a brother of hospitality. So he watered them. He could have just pulled the men back, let them water, but he watered their flock for them. Just like Rivka watered the flock for Eliezer Damascus. The hospitality that runs through our people no matter what. This is someone that's not spoiled with a golden spoon and such in their mouth. Though he grew up in a high seat of Pharaoh's house, he still knew who he was. He knew people. He had respect for people and concern for people and the welfare of people. He was a person of justice and kindness. And he showed kindness to them. And look what happened. And the next verse says,
and he said unto his daughters, and where is he?
Ayo.
Why is it that ye have left that man? Call him, that he may eat bread.
You didn't invite him home to eat bread. He did such a great thing for you. You left him out there. Talk to me, brother. 21.
And Moshe was content to dwell with the man. He gave Moshe Zipporah, his daughter.
So now, Moshe is on the run. We don't have a place to stay. All right? God presents situations, and now we work ourselves into. Sometimes you deal with the card that you're dealt, the hand that you're dealt, you deal with it. And look what happened. He did a good thing then. That didn't backfire like the other thing backfired for him. But this worked out well, where now they invite him home. He now stays with Yitro. Yitro offers a place to stay and gives him what? One of his daughters, Zipporah. Okay? Now, look what happened, because our forefathers are people who are of substance, of work, of mindset. This man is coming from a raw, but guess what? He still knew how to do shepherd, be a shepherd, still how to deal with cattle, he knew about doing the field, though he was a person in a higher state, a higher echelon. Talk to me.
And she bore a son, and she called his name Gershom, for he said, I have been a stranger in a strange land.
He said, because now the foreign land is he's now Midian now. All right? So he had a son, he named his name Gershom, stranger there, as he's been a stranger there. But he's been prosperous there, and God is with him there. Talk to me. Now, he's still not communicating with God verbally, as we know, not yet. But now Moshe was 40 when he left Mitzrayim. So now he spends about 40 years in Egypt. 40 years with Midian. So now, when he's 80 years old, so he had enough time to what? Raise a family, left at 40, ran at 40, got to Midian, raised a family at 40, now he's 80. So that means his children, at least when he came to do the deliverance, or at least he's 40 years old. There were no babies when Jethro brought them back to him. But he had time away, because sometimes God got to give you time away from your people to get it together, to get you together, because you got to deal with you. You got to empower yourself, educate yourself, heal you, get your mental, your mind. But without a good mind, a sound mind, you ain't going nowhere. So he had time to get himself together, put that off him. He's a fugitive now, get himself together, empower himself. He got a family now, get into that. That's God is, he's now filtering, he's detoxing now. Those 40 years spending in Midian. What's the next verse, brother?
And it came to pass in the course of those many days that the king of Egypt died.
Okay, so now, right, because it's like in scripture prophecy, what it says, you seek after people who did you harm, and you look around there, and then they no longer exist. God take them away. People that offend you, and after your life, pray to get rid of them. So now the people who saw Moshe's life and the king had died. Okay, what verse was that?
23.
23. Okay, died. They're gone. So that's a beautiful thing for Moshe. Yehi, Yamim, Harbim, Hayim, Yamat, Melech, Mitzrayim. Okay. Now, what happened now?
And the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage. And they cried. And their cry came up unto God by reason of the bondage.
So now they are being treated bad. Now he's in Midian for 40 years. But the children of Israel are still going through hardship, bondage. They're crying out. They're being dealt with in a harsh way, with rigor, with pain. Oh man, they're crying out to God. Now look at this cry, because this cry is collectively. Okay, it's a Bnei Yisrael min ha'avodah and yis aku, and they cried out, and ta'al, and it went up. It made an aliyah. The cry made an aliyah. And then Sha'atam, their outcry, because they outcry unanimously together. Maybe that's what we need, an outcry together. To who? Elohim. For that hard work. They putting this work on us. Get this elephant off our back. We don't got no break. Then and now in the time of this country slavery. Give us a break. 24 says.
And God heard the groaning, and God remembered his covenant with Abraham.
And Yitzchak and Yaakov. God heard their groaning that they cried out together. Listen, we can't, they're putting this on us. God, this work is too hard for us. The Egyptians is doing this to us. Help us, Lord. Help us. And God heard Yishma Elohim et Ha'akam, their cries. And then after their cries, he scored Elohim. God remembered at Hebrito his covenant with Abraham, his covenant with Yitzchak, and his covenant with Yaakov. He didn't forget. But he heard their cries. We cry out, like the cry of the widow. God hears that cry and the offering. 25th verse says,
and God saw the children of Israel,
and
God took cognizance of them.
Wow. God took cognizance of them. Okay. God took cognizance of them. He took cognizance of them. Okay. Understood that. He took cognizance of them. That's very deep. What verse was that?
Verse 25.
Verse 25. He took cognizance of them. Okay. Heard them and he understood them. Okay. And Yad Elohim et Bnei Yisrael, Yadeh Elohim. And God knew. He knew. I didn't forget. He knew. Now this sets off this next chapter, third chapter. Talk to me, brother.
Now Moshe was keeping the flock of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the farthest end of the wilderness and came to the mountain of God.
Okay. So now Moshe not only is now living in with his father-in-law, he's working for his father-in-law and his father-in-law LLC, his business. Just like Yaakov came to work for Uncle Laban in his business. Okay, our forefathers have an etiquette of always being, the ethics of being useful. They're not at sale, they're not lazy, they work. So now his business became, he's going to keep his father-in-law flock. So Moshe Hayah Ro'eh et Tom, Yitro, Ko Deno, Kohen Midian. Now, he Yenaheg Azon Akar Midbar Yabo El Ha'ar Elohim Harbe. So he had the flock, and now he takes the flock, what is known to the house, to the mountain of God. He doesn't know this is the mountain of God as of yet, but that's where the flocks are at now. He's keeping the flock. He's working for his father-in-law. Well, at least he's working for family. That's a beautiful thing. Second verse says,
and the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed. And Moshe said, I will turn aside now and see this great sight, why the bush is not burned.
So it lets you know, first of all, this encounter that there was a malach of Yehovah there in that flame. This is one of the things that God set up. And what happened was this bush, this senah was burning, and it wasn't consumed. Something just burned. That's like spraying Lysol or some ethanol on something, you light it and it burns. Now, for some people, that might not be attractive. I would say maybe that means somebody may be like a nerd. You say, well, how you notice that? Because that wouldn't catch most people's attention. It's just a burning bush. But for some people, they look for the little intricacies, the little small things in life. So Moshe, your creator used what would catch Moshe. Now that may not catch some of your attention out there. Oh man, that's just a bush burning. But he noticed the bush was burning. The fire was on the bush, but it wasn't consumed. For somebody of a scientific mind, that means something. But for a regular, somebody who thought, that don't mean nothing. But that what caught his attention. And what happened after that?
Fourth verse. And when the Lord saw that he turned aside to see.
Got him. That was his trap. God saw that. He turned aside to see that.
God called unto him out of the midst of the bush and said, Moshe, Moshe.
In the midst of the bush. So now they got a talking horse, one bit. Now we got a talking bush talking to you. So you're like, wow, he not drinking, he don't smoke, he had none of that bad stuff, he wasn't drinking. Then he said, well, the bush is talking to me. God called out the bush. Hashem saw that he was moving. He looked, said, Yikra Ela Elohim mitoch hasenet. Ahmed Moshe, Moshe. And he said, Hineni, here am I. Fifth verse says,
and he said, draw not nigh hither. Put off thy shoes off thy feet.
Remove
for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground.
Is holy ground. Take your sandals from off your foot. Because where you standing now, because my presence is here right now, is kadosh. It's holy. All right? Right here.
Moreover, he said, I am the God of thy father, the God of Abraham, the God of Yitzchak, the God of Yaakov. And Moshe hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon God.
So he knows tradition, the laws, the teaching of his foreparents, even though raised up in the Egyptian monarch. Hey, look, you can't look at God. So he hid his face. He heard the words, and here I am. Wow. But he knew he hid his face. And then the trade went on and said, I am the God of Abraham, the God of Yitzchak, and the God of Yaakov, your father. Continue.
And the Lord said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people that are in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters. For I know their pains.
I know their pain. I know what they're feeling. Go ahead.
And I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians.
Okay.
And to bring them up out of that land unto a good land, and a large unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of the Canaanite, the Hittite, the Amorite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite.
So now the mission goes on from what I read earlier. I'm going to relieve them of their pain, because I hear their cries, the hard bondage, the mistrust, everything they're going through. But also, when I take them out of there, I'm going to bring them to the land that I promised to their forefathers, Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov. I'm going to bring them to that land of milk and honey, the land where the Canaanites were, the other African brothers and sisters. I'm going to give them that land. Okay? I'm letting you know that. This is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to use you to do it. Nothing happened for you. Just like yours say, I know that God did this to me, not you, so God, you were the same way. Create a cause, things, allow those things to happen to Moshe. The ways of the Creator is mysterious. The same way it happened to Joseph, the same things are ways things are happening in Moshe's life. Okay, sometimes you got to give up everything. You know, it's amazing when you come to God, to serve God, a lot of times you got to give up other things. Okay, things that you may have found to be important to you, but now they're not. So you relinquish that. You empty the glass. And guess what? The Creator now fills it up. So now he gives you a new job. You may lose your job. You may think you lost it, but he gives you a better one. You may lose your position. He gives you a better position. You got what? You're reconstructed. You're reborn. You're rebirthed. Now you start a new life. Okay? Amen. Moshe was on the run. He was a fugitive. But now he has become the leader of a people. This fugitive who killed the man for his people, who was turned in and threw on the bus by his own fellow brothers. All right? But yet, the Creator still delivers him, who ratted on him to Pharaoh. And yet, he went on with his life and ran, and God brought him to what? To Jethro. And now he's working with Jethro's company and flock, married to Jethro's daughter, and now Yah speaks to him. Mission, you're the man. You were the one chosen from the womb. You just didn't know it. You went through everything you went through to get to here, and now I can use you. Those were all just tests for you. You went through situations in life because as champions, you're what? You're challenged. You're fought. You have fights. These are your fights in life. You fight with life. We fight with situations in life because we always have situations, whether rich, poor, whatever. We have situations that we have to overcome. These are our tests. Some are individual, some are collective. But we have to go through that. in order for it to be improved. So as God told Israel, if you just would have held on, I would have subdued your enemies. So it's not all pleasant and it's not all easy. Who said it would be? But it's worthwhile. So we're gonna fight with life as our father fought with the Malach, but we will overcome. That's the difference. So you've come through all this now, so I can use you to go deliver your people. The same ones that ratted you out, that did this to you. Okay? Talk to me. What verse we on?
Verse 9.
Verse 9.
And now, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come unto me. Moreover, I have seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them. Come now, therefore, and I will send thee unto Pharaoh, and that thou mayest bring forth my people and the children of Israel out of Egypt.
So you're going to begin to bring them out of Mitzrayim physically, not mentally, not spiritually. They have to overcome the spiritual and mental part for themselves, because sometimes bondage for us is not physical. We're holding ourselves back mentally and physically. That's mentally and spiritually. Okay, this is what's happening to him now. You're going to begin to use this, you to become part of this extraction. 11 verse says.
11 and Moshe said unto God, who am I that I should go unto Pharaoh and that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt?
Who am I? I'm accused. I'm running for my life. But you said everyone who saw my life is dead now, but you're going to send me back to take people. I'm no one. I don't have the self-esteem like that. God knows who you are. Go ahead.
And he said, certainly I will be with thee, and this shall be the token unto thee that I have sent thee. When thou hast brought forth the people out of Egypt, ye shall serve God upon this mountain.
When that does happen, because it will happen, because I'm telling you it's happening, you're going to come to this mountain, this heart, and you're going to worship. Okay? Just know that, Moshe. Talk to me.
13th verse. And Moshe said unto God, behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, the God of your fathers hath sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, what is his name?
They're going to say, Shemot, what is his name? What is the God you're talking about? You said God sent you, Moshe? Well, what is his name? Because what God you talking about, Moshe? Continue.
What shall I say unto them?
When they ask me that, oh Father.
And God said unto Moshe, I am that I am.
What shall I say to the people if they ask me that? He says, I will be what I will be. I am what I am. I shall be what I shall be. And he said, continue.
He said, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am have sent me unto you.
I have sent me to you.
And God said moreover unto Moshe, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, the Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Yitzchak, the God of Yaakov, has sent me unto you. This is my name forever.
The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You may argue how to pronounce Yahweh, Yehovah, but there's no mispronunciation or understanding of I am the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. The powers of Abraham, the God of Yitzchak, Isaac, and the God of Yaakov, Jacob. That's who I am. And once you let them know that, I'm Yehovah, the God of Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov. Once you tell them that, Israel, they'll know. Zikri, Lador, Lador. I am the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Yaakov. So this is my name forever. This is my attribute forever. And this is how I am to be remembered. Zikri, Lador, Lador. From generation to generation. We may not understand the name, pronounce the name, but one thing you know for sure, when you say the God of Abraham, the God of Yitzchak, and the God of Yaakov, and the God of Israel, you know this God we're talking about. No mistake. When they say, I'm not serving God, we say, well, what God do you serve? It's not the same God we serve. We serve the God of Abraham. That's why we say, Nite Kabo. To the God of Nitekavot,
we pay homage.
Elohei Abraham,
God of
Elohei Yitzchak,
the God of Yishka,
Elohei Yaakov.
to the God of
That's right.
Yaakov.
We give credence to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. If you use Jehovah, you use El Shaddai, God Almighty, Rakumya, the merciful, okay, Elohim, general term of power to God, but we tell you which one do we serve. The ones that these men serve. And that's how he is identified, and let them know that is his name forever. The Lord to all generations. 16th verse says,
16th verse. Go and gather the elders of Israel together and say unto them, the Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, of Yitzchak, and of Yaakov, have appeared unto me, saying, I've surely remembered you and seen that which is done to you in Egypt.
So you go tell them. First, I want you to do protocol. Go to the elders first, because you can't go to the people. You got to go to your people first, the elders of the people, the leaders of the people, and you deal with them first. Always deal with the leaders first, who will gather the people for you and speak to the people. You can't go to Pharaoh yet, and you don't have the confirmation or the backing of your people. First, you go to your elders and your people who will talk to the people and gather your people before you go to Pharaoh, so that you'll be on one page. Because a house divided can't stand. Talk to me.
Verse 17. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Egypt.
I will make you do Aliyah. Allah had came from Egypt. Go ahead.
Unto the land of Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Amorite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, unto a land flowing with milk and honey.
Go to get you to the land of Kalab and Devash. 18 says,
and they shall hearken to thy voice.
They're going to listen to you.
And thou shalt come, and thou and the elders of Israel unto the king of Egypt. And ye shall come unto say unto him, the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, hath met with us. And now let us go. We pray thee, 3 days journey into the wilderness, and we may sacrifice to the Lord our God.
See, he has to first go to the elders and to the people first, but get their confirmation and their backing. And then they will go to Pharaoh as a unison, not split up, not broken up, not divided, not in their little sections, but as one people, Yahweh. Together they will go. Get the confirmation and the backing of the elders, get the comment and the backing of the people. Now you go to Pharaoh and state your claim. In 19, he says, tell him I need to go 3 days in the wilderness. That's how we're going to start out this presentation to Pharaoh, that we can offer our offerings to Jehovah our God. 19 says,
and I know that the king of Egypt will not give you leave to go, except by a mighty hand.
He's not going to let you go, because I'm going to harden his heart. Because why would he let his wealth go? Why would he let all his money go? You're money to Pharaoh. Pharaoh don't want you to go. As I said at the beginning, let you join with your enemies and get you out of the land. So who's going to do the work? Who's going to build these storehouses? Who's going to put the food in these storehouses? Who's going to be Egypt's economy? Who's going to be Egypt's mind? All these intelligent ones amongst you. Who's going to do that? Okay. So I'm letting you know now, he's not going to let you go automatically. Okay. Not without a fight. Not without this high hand. All right. That is strong, which is my hand. Jehovah selling. 20 verse says,
and I will put forth my hand and smite Egypt with all my wonders which I will do in the midst thereof. And after that, he will let you go.
Once I do my wonders to him, I slap him around and do my wonders to him, then I perform what I'm going to do, then he'll let you go. You got to get a good beating first. I'm going to hold him up like him, beat him and smack him and beat him and smack him. He fall down again. I'm going to hit him again and pick him up again and hit him again. Once I do all this to him, he going to let you go. Because it's really not him. I'm holding him up. I'm going to use him as a dummy, as a punching bag. Okay? You know. Then he'll let you go. Next verse says,
and I will give this people favor in the sight of the Egyptians. And it shall come to pass that when ye go, ye shall not go empty.
The same way he said before, when they came down, he said, you're not going to go empty. When y'all leave you, as he told us, I read prior to you in the better sheet, that he said, I'm going to bring you out with great substance. You're not going to go to the empty, and you're not going to leave America empty. When you leave America, you leave England and Caribbean, you're going to go with something. So listen, I'm going to Natati et Chay. I'm going to give you favor. I'm going to give you grace. I'm going to give you kindness in the eyes of the Mitzrayim. So we ask God to give us favor amongst our oppressors, to give us favor, because through that, what's going to happen is that you will go not empty, no rekam, you will not go empty. God is not a God that's going to leave us empty. He's, I'm going to give you the wealth of the nation. Don't think you're living empty. You're going to get that 40 acres in the mules, I said before, much, much more than 40 and much more than one mule. You're going to get that paradise. You're going to inherit the nation's land. But I'm not letting you go out there. For all those years of service you put in those places, I'm going to judge them and I'm going to pay you. You're going to get paid, Israel. All the way down, you're going to get paid. Not now, then, but you will get paid. God will not leave you empty. 22nd says,
22nd verse. But every woman shall ask of her neighbor, and of her that sojourn in her house, jewels of silver and jewels of gold, and raiment.
And similar, so go ahead, you're going to get jewels. You're going to ask your neighbor, the sisters are going to be asking those women that they working under Egyptians for what? Jewels of silver, things that are commodity, jewels of gold. And you know what? Jewels, vessels of silver, of gold, and of zahab, of silver, and garments, clothing. Clothing, they're going to have clothing. Okay? Yeah, you're going to ask Egyptians for their clothes. Egyptians wore some of the best clothes. You're going to have clothes. You're going to have raiment, like Joseph gave his brothers raiment. Samson had changed the raiment for the people settle his riddle. You're going to have gold, silver, and raiment. You're going to leave out of Egypt with substance that you can work with. Okay? And you shall put them on what?
You shall put them upon your sons and upon your daughters, and you shall spoil the Egyptians.
And you need out that, and you are going to empty out the Egyptians. You're going to bankrupt them. All right? Because you earned that, because you worked for that. You earned their work for that. And it says, and Moshe responded, Ya'an Moshe, amen. He says what? Hain lo ya'aminu. And he said, listen, Moshe says, what if they don't believe me? And he says, they will not listen to me. To my voice. And ki amru, and they will say, no, near eleka Yehovah. They did not, Yehovah didn't appear to you. In other words, though you say I am that I am, and they will listen to your voice, they may go further and say to Yehovah, you said I'm the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They believe that. But they're going to say, what sign that God gave you? Second verse says, Amen, Eli, and God said to him, Mazeh. He said, Moshe, Mazeh, what's this? What's this in your hand? And Moshe says, Amate, a staff. And he said, Hashlikehu, throw it on the ground. Take that staff, Moshe, and throw it on the ground. While Yishlekehu, and Moshe took the staff in his hand and he threw it on the ground. And it came to pass, and it became Yehila Nakash, and that staff became a Nakash, a serpent, a snake. And Wayanas Moshe Mipana, and Moshe ran from before it. Because everyone's afraid of a snake. Even Moshe, who killed the man and delivered women from the other men of the town, he was afraid of a serpent. All right, and he ran from the serpent that his staff became. And Moshe, and God said to Moshe, Shalak Yadeka, extend your hand with pause and take it by the tail. Take your staff, take that nakash by the tail, which you never take a snake by the tail, right? Because he can come back and bite you, right? But this is a God. Take it by the tail. And he extended Yishlach Yado, and he took hold of it. And it became Lamate, a staff, again by in his palm. So that Lama'an, so that they will believe that I appeared to you. I'm going to give you something to work with. As I said, they say, show me what you're working with. And Yehovah Elohei Avotam, and did Yehovah, the God of our forefathers, Elohei Abraham, Elohei Yisak, the God of Yisak, the God of Yaakov. 6th verse says, Omer Yehovah, lo on. Further, Yehovah said, all right, Have na yadeka, bring now your hand, into your bosom. Put your hand into your chest, into your bosom. Well, Yahweh, and he brought out Yado, his hand, Bekeko, with his bosom. And when he withdraw it, Wehene, Yado Metzorak Kashalen, he put his hand in his bosom and it came out like a leper. as leprous, as white as snow. And a more, Hashem Yadeka. And he said, Jehovah said to him, now return your hand, El-Keka, into your bosom, with Yashab Yado, and he returned his hand into his Keiko, into his bosom. And when Yotziah, when he removed it or pulled it out, his bosom, make it go with his name, Shabbat, He, Shah, Saro. It returned as his other flesh. So he put his hand in his bosom. That's the second thing that God gave him. Put his hand in his bosom, put it out, it was white. Hey, if he was already white, it wouldn't have no problem, right? So you take a black man, put his hand and come out white, he's gonna have problems, right? But if you're already like that, so no. So you understand that. So he put his hand in his bosom, all right, the nice black hand, pulled it out, and it was white, put it back in, and it came back out like it was before. All right. So now, and it shall be that if they do not believe you still, and lo yishma'u lekol, and they do not listen to your voice, ha'ot the sign, how they shown the first one, and they will believe lekol the voice ha'ot ha'akaron. If they don't believe the first thing you did, they're gonna believe the second thing. All right, and it shall be and that if not, they do not believe. Also, these two these two signs, these lo yishme'un lekodeka. If they don't believe these two signs, and they do not listen to your voice, Moshe, la kakta, and you shall take mimei from the waters of the hayor of the river. Okay, and you shall fakta, and you shall pour the waters of the river ayabasha on dry ground. Wahayu hamayim. And the waters that become of those rivers, tikak, you shall take min hayor from the river, wahayu ledam bayabeshet, and those waters will become blood. So the third thing you're going to do if they don't believe the other two is take blood from that river, from that now, and pour. It's going to turn dry. It's going to turn blood on dry. The water is going to turn into blood. Okay, we're now in the 10th verse.
10th verse.
Okay.
And Moshe said unto the Lord,
O
Lord, I am not a man of words, neither heretofore, nor since thou hast spoken unto thy servant, for I am slow of speech and of a slow tongue.
Listen, I'm not eloquent in speech. I'm of a slow tongue. I can't talk. I know you want me, but listen, I'm not even capable of doing this. Low self-esteem, even in that area. What is the prayer reply to him?
11th verse. And the Lord said unto him, who hath made man's mouth?
Me, Sam, pe la Adam. Who have made or put man's mouth?
Or who maketh a man dumb or deaf?
Who makes the dumb?
Or seeing or blind?
Or the keres, or the deaf, or pique, or the sighted, or the iwe, or the blind. Have not I, do not I. So in other words, what's letting you know that if someone is dumb, and we say that word, you dummy, this, that, but if someone's actually dumb, blind, deaf, or blind, who makes them that? God said, I make them that. That's deep. Because we have to acknowledge that God makes the deaf. He said, I made them deaf. I made them blind. Some people born that's deaf, some born that's blind, some can't see. Some acknowledge, but yet what he's saying, I'm the maker of it all. I made your mouth, Moshe. And if I make it, I can fix it. That's what he's saying. Okay. 12th verse says,
now therefore go.
Atalek. No excuses, oh thou excusable man. Atalek.
And I will be with thy mouth. And teach thee what thou shalt speak.
I'm going to be with that mouth that you said is insufficient in speech. I'm going to work with it. I'm going to teach you because there's nothing that I can't fix. I am the overall fixer. Whatever your ailments or your deflexities or whatever you call yourself are, I can fix it. Whatever your sicknesses, I can heal them. Okay? There's no recession with God. I can lift you up and build you up because I made you. I designed you. And I can make it work. That's what he's saying. 13.
And he said, O Lord,
be Adonai,
send, I pray thee,
by
the hand of him whom thou wilt send.
Somebody else, y'all, because he still don't get it. He still believes he don't want to go. But I need you, what's in you. I made what's in you. You're going to lead. 14 says,
And the anger of the Lord was kindled against Moshe.
Go ahead.
And he said, is there not Aaron, thy brother, the Levite? I know that he can speak well. And also, behold, there cometh forth to meet thee. And when he seeth thee, he will be glad in his heart.
You know what, Moshe said, you want to deal on the man level, but I can fix it. But you know what? I'm gonna give you what you want. I'm gonna deal with you on a man level. Because I told you I can fix your mouth. But since you don't believe I can do that, and I work with you, listen, here's Aaron, your brother. Okay? Here's Aaron and God indeed here. Aaron, your brother. Okay? And you know what? The Barta Eli, you shall see to him, and he shall put the words in his mouth. You're going to speak behind your brother. And I shall be with you in your mouth, and with him in his mouth. And I shall teach you both. Horiti and Kim, you both going to be in my university, my school. And that which you and that which you do. So you shall speak to him. This Aaron, your brother. Aaron Akika, Alewi, Yadati. And I know who I know he can talk. He's a talker, he's a lawyer, he's an attorney, he's a mouthpiece. And moreover, indeed, who yet say, he's coming to meet you. And when you see him, Sama, you'll rejoice. And it's hard because you've been running for how long? 40 years. You're 80 now, you ain't seen him in all this time. Why is he coming to meet you? Because guess what? The Most High God is also dealing with Aaron. See, because God is dealing with you, don't mean he's not dealing with others. Just like the prophets. There's prophets on this time, at various time, in the various locations. You're not the only one, as he told one prophet. There's all sorts of work people God has out there working. You think you're the only one? So just like God is dealing with Moshe, he already done contact Aaron and said, listen, so Aaron had to be at some point of righteousness to deal with the Creator. Go meet your brother. He's been running for 40 years, meet him up, and now Moshe, you're going to inform him on what I told you to do, okay, and the job that I've given you. Now, I'm going to teach both of you, okay, but you're going to be the head of this. He's your older brother, but yet he's going to fall protocol to you now because I'm dealing with you like this face-to-face. He's going to be working on behalf of you, okay, and he's right. That's how the Creator set it up. Meet with him. He's going to be happy to see you. He's going to hug you, kiss you, and you'll get acquainted once more. Okay, and he in 16th verse says what, my brother?
16th verse. And he shall be thy spokesman unto the people.
He's going to be the spokesman for the people.
And it shall come to pass that he shall be to thee a mouth. And thou shalt be to him in God's stead.
He's going to be to you a lawyer, a mouth. And you're going to be the Haran like a God. With the God with the little G. It's okay. You know what I mean? That's all. Because it's like you're a God, you made him to God, but you should fall like one of the princes. You are gods. When you made you God's energy, because you're from the big God. So you know when the 5% of said that you're God, you did that wrong. You are God, but you're God with the liturgy. You are the creation that the Creator made. Let us make man in our image and our likeness. Right? You are that. So you are with that. 17 says,
and thou shalt take in thy hand this rod, wherewith thou shalt do the signs.
18.
And Moshe went and returned to Jethro, his father-in-law, and said unto him, let me go, I pray thee, and return unto my brethren that are in Egypt, and see whether they be yet alive. And Jethro said to Moshe, go in peace.
Let shalom. In other words, I got to return to my people so they're alive. I got a mission. Vacation is over. Coup shot done. I'm on a mission of God, like the Blues Brothers. I'm on a mission of God. Let me go now. I got a wife and child now, but I have to go on the mission of God. Our wife trained him, and he's using them at 80 years old. So now it's time for him to go work for God. God led him for 40 years. He had to deal with Israel or nothing. Get his head together, get his thoughts together, get his mind together so the critic can use him. Now clear it up because now you're going to go. I want to hear the excuse, you can't talk. I make the mouth, I create the deaf, the dumb, the blind. And besides, Aaron, your brother's coming to help you out. Get together, inform him, know him, because now you guys are going to work for me and deliver the children of Israel out of Egypt. All the plan that we read from way back then. Continue.
20th, 19th verse. And the Lord said unto Moshe and Midian, go return into Egypt, for all the men are dead that sought thy life.
I took care of that for you. I took that. Took them away. Don't worry about it. When you work for God, he handles situations. Handle situations. People look for you. You say you'll sort them a look, and they be gone. Not here no more. Go ahead.
And Moshe took his wife and his sons.
So Yikak Moshe et Ishto et Habanai
and set them up upon as he returned to the land of Egypt.
So he took his wife and his son at first. Okay. He took his wife and his son at first and his sons, and he returned to Egypt. Okay. Continue.
And Moshe took the rod of God in his hand. And the Lord said unto Moshe, when thou goest back into Egypt, see that thou do before Pharaoh all the wonders which I have put in thy hand.
You make sure you perform everything here that I taught you here before Pharaoh and the people. Make sure you do as I told you to, okay? Pharaoh. But I will what?
But I will harden his heart.
And
he will not let the people go.
I'm letting you know now, so you got your work cut out. You're going to do work here. You're going to sweat a little bit here, Moshe, because I'm not, and this guy's in control. See, you can create a control all minds. Okay? But so don't worry about if people think they withstand you, they think they won around. They didn't win. Creator just dancing with him, getting his glory. And in the end, he's going to give him a knockout punch. Okay? So, and perform before thee. Now, continue the next one. It's 22nd.
And thou shalt say unto Pharaoh, thus saith the Lord, Israel is my son, my firstborn.
So now you let people understand that Israel is God's firstborn son. Okay? And if there's other sons out there, they're not the firstborn. The firstborn is Israel. Thus said Jehovah, in this verse, always record that Amar Jehovah, Beni Bekori Israel. Israel is my son, even my firstborn. 23rd says,
and I have said unto thee, let my son go. He may serve me.
Because you are God's son. You want to know who you are? Say, let people know you are the son of God as a nation. You are the children of the Most High God. You're his sons. Okay? You are here. And if he don't let you go, guess what I'm going to do to him? I'm going to kill your son. Okay? And your firstborn. He said, you told Pharaoh that you let my son as a people go. If you don't let my people go, my son go, I'm going to kill your firstborn son, Pharaoh. 24th verse says,
and it came to pass on the way at the lodging place that the Lord met with him and sought to kill him. The Zipporah took a flint and cut off the foreskin of her son and cast it at his feet. And she said, surely a bridegroom of blood art thou to me.
So, on the way, David came at the place where they lodged at, like a little motel or whatever, place where they at. And he had a pagash, a meeting or encounter with the Creator. And this is the encounter. The Creator sought to kill with life. Moshe, why? And all on behalf of what happened. That maybe Moshe did not circumcise his son as he was supposed to. Because some say that amongst the Midianites, they didn't do it for a latter age, probably 13. Okay, so that was some readings say. So therefore, Moshe knew. See, he's doing a greater job for Yehovah, but even the small things you can't overlook. Okay, not that God was actually going to take his life, but I'm encountering you're going to know that you're supposed to did something. And then Zipporah, his wife, okay, took a flint and she cut the foreskin the lot of her son, and Tagat, and touched it near his feet, son's feet, and said, indeed, Katan Damim Ata, a bit of blood who was to be shed, Atali unto me. So she took care of that. All right. Now he got two sons. All right. Okay, so it talks about and she cut off the foreskin, of her son. But he had two of them. Maybe one was and one wasn't. Things slipped. Because we wonder why the children of Israel walked 40 years in the wilderness and they didn't circumcise. So whatever faith, imagine that. All these years, and Moshe still was around it. It said all those that came out of Egypt was circumcised. But then somehow along the way, they didn't just circumcise their children. Well, how can that happen? And Moshe is amongst them. Until the hill of foreskins with Yehoshua, with Joshua. It's very deep. All right, next verse says.
And the Lord said to Aaron, go into the wilderness to meet Moshe.
Okay, deep. Now look back at the 26th verse. It says, Yeref mimenu, and he released him. As Amra, Katan, Damim, Lamur, and Lo. And he released him. Who released him? God released Moshe. So life and death is in the hands of the Creator. Got him caught up, like somebody choking you and then take the hammer on your throat. So God released him. Then he said, a husband of whose blood, because of certain, in reference to the circumcision. 27, now, as you have said, that Yehovah said to Aaron. So, Yehovah, as I said, when you read, understand that sometimes we don't look at that God is speaking to Aaron too. Okay? Yehovah el Aaron, let Likro Moshe, go meet your brother. So let you understand that even though you hear about Moshe, they're miles away from each other from different circumstances. Who know what Aaron was doing over the years? All right? We know Aaron was moving about freely. That the type of slavery abdut that they were going through in Mitzrayim wasn't an abdut where certain people couldn't leave. Just like us now, it's a different type of condition we're under now. Okay, but you can go to, you can drum, you can travel, but you're still under the hands of America and whatever authorities that you're from. So Aaron was moving about around because sometimes your captivity is what? Psychological. Okay, so Aaron is going moving around in and out, whatever, of Mitzrayim. Aaron is going to meet him out of Egypt. So Aaron can go. He got a pass to go out. So it's not something where it's just about change. It's change on the mind, mentally, all right? Aaron is of that level of privilege he has with authority. He can go about. So now God is telling Aaron, go meet your brother. So he has a relationship with Aaron. And God, too. He hadn't seen his brothers in all this time. So the Most High is setting this up. So he's maintaining that. Just understand that Miriam was born to watch over Moshe and her brother. Because these people, they're later on going to become what? The Kohanim. So she's guarding them as a sister, older sister, like a mother, to protect them to later on become what? A ruler in Israel. That's deep. So you look at yourself and your history and you start connecting the dots from when you were younger to now where you at. Now you begin to understand that your purpose in life, because you will know your purpose to the Creator and to the world. So now that's her purpose. And now she's going to help formate them and raise them like older sisters do younger siblings, guide them until now they take control of their lives and meet their maker. That's what you do, just like your Imam and your Abba. So now God tells Aaron, Lex, Mikra, Moshe in the wilderness, and they encountered Yip Yeshehu. They met Bahar at the mountain of Elohim and Yisak, and they kissed each other. 28 verse says,
and Moshe to Aaron all the words of the Lord wherewith he had sent him, and all the signs wherewith he had charged him.
Everything that God told him to do, he chose Aaron. So Aaron could be on board, they could be in unison, because a house divided can't stand. All right, talk to me. 29.
And Moshe and Aaron went and gathered together all the elders of the children of Israel.
They had the first step one. Let's go talk to the elders of Israel. We can't go talk to the people. We're not talking to those who represent them. So their own politicians amongst them. All right, their own clans, their own tribes, the head of the tribe, those who are head of the tribe, we got to talk to them first, to their elders. And then the elders talk to the people, and the people to back us. We need their backing. It's a protocol. Let's get to the Ziknei Israel, the elders of Israel. Talk to me next.
And Aaron spoke all the words which the Lord had spoken unto Moshe, and did the signs in sight of the people. And the people believed. And when they heard that the Lord had remembered the children of Israel, and that he had seen their affliction, then they bowed their heads and worshiped.
They bowed their heads and worshiped. Continue.
Chapter 5. And afterward, Moshe and Aaron came and said unto Pharaoh.
So now, once they got the people with the elders and the people with them, now they go to Pharaoh and they said to Pharaoh, talk to me.
Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness.
They're going to hold my people in the presence of holding a feast to me in the wilderness. Second verse says,
and Pharaoh said, who is the Lord that I should hearken unto his voice to let Israel go?
Me, Yehovah, I don't know him. I don't know this God you're talking about. I don't acknowledge him. Go ahead.
I know not the Lord, and moreover, I will not let Israel go.
I will not let them go. I don't know who you're talking about. He don't have no pull with me. He don't have no Jews, no respect and reverence for me. This God you're talking about, I don't know him. He's not Ra. He's not this. He's not that. So guess what? I'm not gonna let him go. But guess what? That's expected because God already told Moshe, I'm gonna harden his heart. So expect that. You're gonna use champion Israel. You're gonna fight. Expect that. But expect also to win. Okay? Go ahead. Third verse says, and
they said, the God of the Hebrews hath met with us. Let us go, we pray thee, 3 days journey unto the wilderness, and sacrifice unto the Lord of God.
We got to make a sacrifice to our God. Go ahead.
Lest he fall upon us with pestilence or with the sword.
He may fall for us with a plague, with a sword. We got to go serve our God lest he take our lives. This is a mission that we have to do. Fourth verse says,
and the king of Egypt said unto them, wherefore do ye, Moshe and Aaron, cause the people to break loose from their work?
So which means what? Now they're going to now use this strategy to say, you know what? You see these leaders? These leaders are causing the people, they get in the people's ears. So now they're going to oppress who? The people. You're going to oppress the people more. Oh, you want to listen to Moshe and Aaron? Guess what? This is what we're going to do for you. And that's the same tactic they use today. So when there's certain leaders that the people listen to, now they start to now strip the people. Oh, are you going to listen to them? You're not going to do this? You tell you to take this, you're not going to take it? So now what? They pressure you. Then they come at the leadership. Find their inconsistencies. Find, and character assassinate them. These are tactics that people use. Talk to me.
And Pharaoh said, behold, the people of the land are now many. Will ye make them rest from their burdens?
So now we got a lot of people here. Now you're going to stop them from working? The show words you're talking about is going to cause our progress to stop, Moshe and Harun. Talk to me. You're talking about stop. You have to go worship 3 days in the wilderness. You know our production, our assembly line is going to stop. Our money going to stop. And you telling me that? Who's going to do all this? I got things working here. Okay, and you gonna stop that progress? Talk to me, buddy.
In the same day, Pharaoh commanded the taskmasters
he had the taskmaster
of the people and their officers, saying, ye shall no more give the people straw to make bread, as heretofore.
See, don't give the people no more straw. And these are the people that's over them, that of their own people. So they have your politicians and your ministers over you, your local leaders over you, and they control them. Now, this is what y'all going to do. Don't give the people the straw. Let them collect it for themselves. Go ahead. To make bricks like yesterday and before yesterday. All right. And let them go gather. Let them go gather straw. 8th verse says.
8th verse. And the tale of the bricks which they did make heretofore, ye shall lay upon them. Ye shall not diminish aught thereof.
Take nothing from nothing. Don't take nothing from it. You better have that count that you have to count, even though. So now they got to now gather the straw, but they didn't have to gather the straw before. Now they got to go gather and still make the slime, stone, and the bricks. Go ahead.
For they are idle.
Oh.
Therefore they cry, saying,
oh, they're idle now. He call them lazy. They're near the pin. They're near the pin now. And now, therefore, that reason they cry out. So they cry out because they're lazy. Wow. Look at that. No compassion. But talk to me, brother.
Cry out, saying, let us go and sacrifice to our God.
See, that's the problem. They're trying to sacrifice to their God. There's a Akim, let us go sacrifice. You lazy, but you want to go worship your God, huh? Okay, this is how he's thinking. 9th verse says,
let heavier work be laid upon the men, that they may labor therein. And let them not regard lying
He
words.
said, don't listen to lying words that Moshe don't have. Make them work harder. And that's the same thing. You start to listen to your leaders and conform to your leaders, they start to what? Put more pressure on you. Put more pressure on you. So they don't listen to you. They're going to break you, separate you, cause a division between you, because our divided house can't stand. How can two walk together unless they agree? Cause contention. Put the stress on them. Put the elephant on your back. 16 said, or
Verse
6:10. 10?
10.
Okay, talk to me.
And the taskmasters of the people went out and their officers, and they spoke to the people, saying, Thus saith Pharaoh, I will not give you the straw. Go yourselves, get you straw where ye can find it, for not of our work shall be diminished.
These are the people. You always got those who want to work for the system and supposedly working on your behalf, but really for the systems. And listen, Pharaoh says, I got to gather your own straw now. Okay? And you can't diminish from the count that's set up. Go ahead. 12 verse.
So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Egypt to gather stubble for straw.
Now they got to gather, which takes more time to gather with straw. 13 says,
and the taskmasters were urging, saying, fulfill your work, your daily task, as when there was straw. And the officers of the children of Israel, whom Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them.
So the officers of the children of Israel, who the taskmaster set over them, see, they were the one. The same way now, the system chooses the leaders of your people and say, they're your leaders now. You talk to them. Who said they represent us? Because we didn't choose them. The system chose them, because those are the ones the system's going to use to work with you. All right, and those are the ones that they're gonna sell you out through them. See, these who the taskmasters chose the officers to lead over Israel. Report to them, and we're gonna take care of you. Okay. Same way then, same way then. Okay. That's why who sold you out? Your leaders, your ministers, the people. All right, your people. Who sold us into the continent, to the Europeans? Our brothers and sisters of the continent gave the Europeans. They didn't work alone. They worked with them. Okay. Now they're talking about libations and various things that they are sorry. But that's how it was. And the traders involved with it. But everybody will get their payment. Nobody will go unpaid. Our brothers and sisters of the continent that work with them, and those people themselves will get judged. Everybody will be judged as the trader talks about. Talk to me.
Wherefore have ye not fulfilled your appointed task, and making brick both for yesterday and today as heretofore? And then the officers of the children of Israel came and cried unto Pharaoh, saying, Wherefore dealest thou thus with thy servants?
Yeah, they came. The officers of Pharaoh, the officers of Israel came to Aku and cried out to Pharaoh, why are you doing this to us, Pharaoh? Why are you doing this to your servants? Go ahead, 16 says,
there is no straw given unto thy servants. And they say to us, make brick, and behold, thy servants are beaten. But the fault is in thine own people.
Your own people, Pharaoh, is causing this to happen. They're telling us we got to go gather our own straw. We can't diminish our count. Wow. And what happened, brother?
But he said,
man,
ye are idle. Ye are idle. Therefore ye say, let us go and sacrifice to the Lord.
You know why you're idle? Because you say, let us go sacrifice to Jehovah. No, y'all make more bricks. Wow, isn't that sound familiar? You say that you can't do this because you worship your God. Now, this is what you're going to do. So we find it over and over again from Egypt, from the Greek period, from the Roman period to the American period. You find the same thing that challenge, where it comes to the point now where the systems now are challenging what we believe and what we think. And you have to choose now between the choice of your way of life and their systems of what they do. Talk to me, brother.
18th verse. Go therefore now and work, for there shall no straw be given you, yet shall ye deliver the tale of bricks.
You will not come under the quota. Pick that cotton, and you better pick your weight. or you're going to get beaten and strung and hanged or whatever. Your child taken away. Okay? Wow. Talk to me, Jim Crow, by another name. That's what it's called. Go ahead.
And the officers of the children of Israel did see what they were set on message.
They knew that something was going on. Go ahead.
When they said, ye shall not diminish aught from your bricks, your daily tasks. And they met Moshe and Aaron, who stood in the way, and they came forth from Pharaoh.
So they met Moshe, the Shotarim, the officers of the children of Israel met Moshe, and they talked about, listen, this is what's going on. Pharaoh now saying, because of what you and Aaron is trying to do to meet this offering outside, now the people are lazy, now you got to gather their own shore. They can't diminish from anything. They're even harder on us. You got to do more work. Talk to me.
And they said unto them, the Lord look upon you and judge, because ye have made our silver to be abhorred in the eyes of the Pharaoh.
Oh, wow. You know what? Go ahead.
And in the eyes of the servants, to put a sword in their hand to slay us.
Moshe, how don't God judge you because you're causing problems for us? Wow. Look what happens now. We run into a situation and we're ready to run back as what? Slaves into Egypt, like we always have. We encounter a little hardship. As the plane goes up, you always get turbulence. The higher you go in life, the more turbulence you're going to get. If you don't want turbulence, then guess what? Stay on the lower level. Because you're going up in life, you want to reach the top, you want to be the best, you want to be up there on a different frequency, where God's at, you're going to experience turbulence from the systems of people. So now they're telling Moshe, look, you caused this problem, and God judged you. You made us stink before Pharaoh, because guess what? We want our system, we want the system's approval. We want Pharaoh to love us. We want our enemies to love us. We want to do this. We want to be right before our enemy. You made us stink or smell to the Moshe and Aaron. And God judge you, because we want our masters to say, oh, you do well. We want to approve of our masters. And still then and still now. You want them to tell you you're okay. You want them to tell you, oh, you do well. You want them to tell you a good minister, or that you can build a business, or that you can do this. You want their approval? You think they're going to have they ever approved of us? Really? We're still that way now. Because we got a good seat at this table. We're not this table. Because you sit at this table, but what are you eating? And what are your people eating? How are they treating your people? But we still want approval of those who oppress us. Well, that's deep. And the same thought was then, the same thought now. All right? When you know your God, you know what you're supposed to do, you do it. You don't need no one's approval. Okay? You do it. Okay? You want them to tell you, oh, you're okay. You're all right. Because you don't feel confident for sure. When you know what you know, you got what you got, you have what you have, you don't have to work. You don't even have to compare. You just know you have to do it. But we are not satisfied until somebody says, oh, you're okay. You already came. What you want is God's approval, Yah's approval. You want God's stamp and seal. Talk to me, brother.
22nd verse.
22nd.
And Moshe returned unto the Lord and said,
Lord,
wherefore hast thou dealt ill with his people? Why is it thou hast sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in thy name, he hath dealt ill with his people. Neither hast thou delivered thy people at all.
So now, but remember what God, you got to stay focused in front. I told him, he's not going to let him go. I'm going to harden his heart. Moshe's upset because his people, who he loved, because he wouldn't love his people if he would kill Egyptian for him. He loved his people, but he don't want to see people suffer. He's saying, now they're telling him it's because of you we're suffering, Moshe. So now he's upset because he don't want his people to suffer. So he's going back to God saying, look, since I came, now it got worse for them. But why are you allowing this to happen? Okay, because they're champions, Moshe, and they're going to go through some things, but in the end, they're going to come out. Okay? Irons tried in fire, gold, and silver tried in fire, so merit in adversity. You don't know who you are. You don't know who you are because you're at the top. You only know who you are when you're at the bottom. It's not the falling down, it's the getting back up. That's what we tell people. You don't know who you are until things are lean in your life. Because when you have everything, you think it's all right, but you don't know it's now when you're losing everything, first your faculties and then your substance or your, if that tells you who you are, your strength, not because you have it. Okay? So yeah, people are nice until, they say if a champion never lost a fight, you don't know how to fight. When you had a loss, I know I'm supposed to get hit in the jaw. I still feel that 30, 40 years ago, you know what I mean? So you never forget how that feels, so you know how to deliver. You've never been knocked down, so guess what? Now, because that's going to help you restructure your life. That's going to help you pull things together, because now I know what it's getting hit in the eye. I got to duck here, leave here, duck, hit, stick, kick, because if I don't, this is going to happen. Okay? So you go through things to learn in life, and you be able to teach others. But when if everything is all prosperous, and when it falls, that's why people jump off the roof, kill themselves in the stock market crash, because they've always been. That's why sometimes when you raise your children and family just with the silver gold spoon, you never let them earn things for themselves. It's not so good, because now they've been living in a high life so long, and you strip that from them, which the nations do. Guess what? People kill themselves. They can't handle it, because now they gotta what? Okay, listen, you never get so far high up that you can't take a bus or a train, that you can't walk or run. You always say, okay, fine, today, tomorrow I don't have, but guess what? I get back on the train and bus. It's nice and ride in the car, but you have to be able to adjust in life. And sometimes the system feed you, then finally they just pull it away and not used to have it. And that's the whole point about being in the gravy train. You get used to it, and now you can't survive. So now they got you, because you said, well, you know what? I'll do without it until we get better. We have to be able to do that, adjust. Those are just some of the tenets and things that happen to us that makes us a people, makes us endure. And Yaakov wrestled with Amalek, and then he rebelled. But in spite of them hurting him and touching him, he was hurt, but he still didn't let go. And you don't let go in life. You still hold on to life, no matter you're hurting. But they don't have to know you're hurting, but you're hurting. But you're still going to deliver. And he held on to the Malak said, let me go. He said, I'm letting you go without you blessing me. So you hold on to life. You in pain, but you're hurting. Because we're going to hurt. Like, guess what? We're going to endure. And we're going to get through this. And we're going to come out with the blessing, because God is not going to let us go empty. We're not coming out here empty. If anybody do well, we're going to do well. But we have to go through some things first. So again, you may, now the guys who got a little beat up, punched them out, and Pat became the best fighters later on, because they know what it's like. But you can give a punch, but can you take one? Yeah, I took them for years. My younger brother and sister, used to beat me, so I know. That's what happens to people. Oh yeah, I'm the only girl, and I had 12 brothers, and now, oh yeah, she's a rumbler. She had to run with her brothers. You go through things in life. Some say, well, it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. All right, Moshe, you did this to us. Now we're under this. Moshe's hurt, because he don't want to bring this to his people. He don't want to make his people suffer. So he goes back to God. God tells him it's going to be all right. Finishing out, it says, what, my brother?
Chapter 6.
Okay.
And the Lord said unto Moses, Moshe, now shalt thou see what I will do to Pharaoh. For by a strong hand shall he let them go, and by a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land.
You're going to see. It's not over yet, Moshe. Top here today, you will see that it said, I shall do that Pharaoh. Keep by Yad Kazaka, because of that is a strong hand. Ye shall him. He will send out the Yad Kazaka because of his strong hand. I'm going to be the strong hand that's going to get them released. And then he's going to get God shame out of it. He's going to chase them out of his land. He's going to kick them out. They're going to want to stay somewhere. He's going to say, get out. After I show them, you're going to see. I played with some knowledge conveyed and what lesson that was, and we can apply it to our lives today, the words that I have said and utilized as we in this portion of the Torah. And as we close out, say, Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet mechayeh ulanatah betokenu. Baruch atah Yehovah noten haTorah. Blessed Yehovah God, King of the universe, who gave us the Torah of truth and has planted everlasting life within us. Blessed are you, Yehovah, the giver of the Torah. Amen. As we give the stand for the blessing of the HaTorah. Amen.
We pay homage to the God of Abraham, to the God of Yitzchak,
To the God of Yaakov. Hallelujah. Amen.
Blessed are you, Yehovah Elohim, King of the universe, who has chosen good prophets and was pleased with their words that was uttered with truth. Blessed are you, Yehovah, who chooses the Torah, and Moshe his servant, and Israel his people, and the prophets of truth and righteousness. Amen.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Please be seated.
This week's Torah portion is in the book of Isaiah.
Book of Isaiah.
This week is the Ashkenazi version of the Torah this week. So the half Torah is in Isaiah chapter 27, verse 6. In days to come, Jacob shall take root. Israel shall blossom and bud and fill the face of the world with fruit. Did he strike him as he struck those who struck him? Or is he slain according to the slaughter of those who were slain by him? By measure, by exile, he contended with them. He removed her by his rough blast in the day of the east wind. By this, therefore, shall the iniquity of Jacob be atoned, and this is all the fruit to take away his sin. When he makes all the stones of the altar as chalk stones crushed to pieces, the Asherim and the sun images shall not remain standing.
Well,
Yet the fortified city shall be desolate, and the habitation forsaken, and left like a wilderness. There shall be calf feet, and there shall he lie down and consume its branches. When its boughs are withered, they shall be broken off. The women shall come and set them on fire. For it is a people of no understanding. Therefore he who made them will not have mercy on them, and he who formed them will show them no favor.
well,
And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall beat out his harvest from the strongly flowing river to the brook of Egypt, and you shall be gathered one by one, all you people of Israel. And it shall come to pass in that day that the great shofar shall be blown, and those shall come who were lost in the land of Assyria,
well,
and the outcast in the land of Mitzrayim, and shall worship Jehovah in the holy mount of Jerusalem.
Amen.
Chapter 28.
Isaiah chapter 28.
Isaiah 28. Woe to the crown of pride of the drunkards of Ephraim, whose glorious beauty is a faded flower,
Well,
which is at the head of the rich valleys of those who are overcome with wine. Behold, Jehovah has a mighty and strong one, who has a tempest of ale and a destroying storm, as a flood of mighty waters overflowing, shall cast down to the earth with might.
well,
The crown of pride of the drunkards of Ephraim shall be trampled under feet, and the fading flower of the glorious beauty, which is at the head of the rich valley, shall be as the first ripe fig before the summer, which he who sees it, while it is yet in his hand, eats it up. In that day shall Jehovah of hosts be for a crown of glory, and for a diadem of beauty to the residue of his people, and for a spirit of judgment to him who sits in judgment, and for strength to those who turn battle to the gate. But they also reel through wine and stagger through strong drink. The priest and the prophet reel through strong drink. They are confused by wine. They stagger through strong drink. They err in vision. They stumble in judgment. For all tables are full of vomit and filthiness, so that there is no place to clean. To whom shall one teach knowledge? And whom shall one make understand doctrine? Those who are weaned from the milk and removed from the breast. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little.
Yeah.
For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to his people. To whom he said, this is the rest with which you may cause the weary to rest, and this is the refreshing yet they would not hear. Therefore, the word of Jehovah was to them precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, line upon line, here a little and there a little, that they might go and fall backward and be broken and trapped and taken. This is Isaiah 29 from start verse 2, verse from chapter 22. Verse 22. Therefore, thus said Jehovah, who redeemed Abraham concerning the house of Jacob. Jacob shall not know. Jacob shall not now be ashamed, nor shall his face now become pale.
Right.
When he sees his children, the work of my hands in the midst of him, they shall sanctify my name, and sanctify the Holy One of Jacob, and shall fear the Elohim of Israel. Those who err in spirit shall come to understand, and those who murmur shall learn a lesson. Yeah.
Hallelujah. Spirits.
I'd like to give honor to our leadership. I see our absent Nasi, Keskiahu Ben Yehuda, our rabbinate Zavida, to the Mitzvah Club, and to the Mitzvah Club online. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Baruch et Yehovah Amra.
Baruch Yehovah Amra.
Baruch Yehovah Amra. Baruch atah Yehovah. Eloheinu melech haolam. Zerkol haolamim. Zadik b'kol hadarot. Ahel ha'ne'eman. Ahomer ve'oseh. Amdevir u'prakim. Shekol devre'av. Emet v'zadik. Al ha'torah. Ve'al ha'udah. Ve'al anve'im. Ve'al yom ha'shabbat hazeh. Shenatata lanu Yehovah Elohim. Likdusha u'limnaka. Lekavod u'tiferet. Ala kol Yehovah Elohim. Anatnu modin lak. Umrakim otak. Yitbarak shemka ve'bipor. Kai tamid le'olam vayel. Baruch atah Yehovah. Mekadesh Shabbat. Amen.
Amen. Mekadesh Shabbat.
Blessed art thou, O Yehovah Elohim, King of the universe, Rock of all world, righteous through all generations, O faithful L, who says and doeth, who speaketh and fulfilleth all whose words are truth and righteousness, for the Torah, for the divine service, for the prophets, and for this Shabbat day, which thou, O Yehovah Elohim, hast given us for holiness and for rest, for honor and for glory. For all these we thank and bless thee, O Yehovah Elohim. Blessed be thy name by the mouth of every living being, continually and forever. Blessed art thou, O Yehovah. You sanctify this the Shabbat. Amen.
Amen. Hallelujah. Amen.
Yeah.
Hallelujah. Thank you all for our portion today. Today, Rita, Malik, and Ima, Revere, and thank you all the listeners. Our absence, Reverend Ima, Princess Yehuda, and our absent Nasi, Mikal Zebulon, assisting his Ima in healing at this time. We thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for watching. As we begin to go into our portion for the sick, the healing of the sick, as we begin to that portion. And it says, Refa'enu Yehovah ben Mirafeh. Hoshienu wani washe. Ki tehilatenu ata wa ale refuah shleiman lechol machotenu. Ki el melech rofeh aman rakaman ata. Baruch ata Yehovah rofeh oleh Israel. Heal us, Yehovah, and we shall be healed. Save us, and we shall be saved. For you are the one we praise, for bringing complete healing for all our ailments. For you are a God, a King that is faithful and compassionate. Blessed are you who heals the sick of your people, Israel. Amen. As we begin the names of those who are the families that in mourning for all those that are deceased. We start with the family of David, Montrose, Baruch Shemot. Kohen Pinkas, Baruch Shemot. Rabbi Yehoshua,
Baruch Shemot.
Nasi Kamur,
Baruch Shemot.
Atziel, Sister of Joy, Baruch Shemot. Adon Malek,
Baruch Shemot.
Chief Hebron,
Baruch Shemot.
James Milton,
Baruch Shemot.
Donald L. Fagan,
Baruch Shemot.
Damon Bannister,
Baruch Shemot.
Avery Tyler,
Baruch Shemot.
men. And also for the women of the morning, we have Ima Shamina,
Baruch Shemot.
Princess Rivka,
Baruch Shemot.
Elishama,
Baruch Shemot.
Leah Poinsett,
Baruch Shemot.
and the family of Loretta, Ima Loretta Lewis.
Baruch Shemot.
And for all those who are sick this day on the males, we have our brother Chaim Baruch,
Baruch Shemot.
our Chief Meshulam,
Baruch Shemot.
our brother Freddie Washington,
Baruch Shemot.
our brother Bain Washington,
Baruch Shemot.
Josiah Braley,
Baruch Shemot.
and John Douglas Polite.
Baruch Shemot.
And we have Willie Gray Jr.
Baruch Shemot.
And that seems to be it. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
And for the Nashim, for the women, we have our Ima Davida,
Baruch Shemot.
we have a Geveret Malakia,
Baruch Shemot.
Princess Ashivia,
Baruch Shemot.
Rabbanik Rivka,
Baruch Shemot.
Bob Jewel,
Baruch Shemot.
our Ima Milka,
Baruch Shemot.
our Morea Moradina,
Baruch Shemot.
Elder Priscilla Robinson,
Baruch Shemot.
Aki Sharon,
Baruch Shemot.
Koti Ania,
Baruch Shemot.
and Akoti Princess Razina.
Baruch Shemot.
And we have our Akoti Savadia.
Baruch Shemot.
We have our Akoti Sheila,
Baruch Shemot.
Ima Yehudi.
Baruch Shemot.
We have our Koti Aisha,
Baruch Shemot.
and our Patrona Ramsey,
Baruch Shemot.
and Marilyn, Malvin Ramsey.
Baruch Shemot.
Hallelujah. We thank the Creator for all those and all the healings. And let's not forget our Ima Princess Rita, Yehuda, Baruch Shemot, and all those who I did not mention who are sick and not feeling well. May Jehovah lift up your spirits and heal you, but He's an overall healer. And as we go forth with the blessing that closes, that says, Yehi Ratzon Milfaneka, Jehovah Ele Abotenu, Shetish La before Shamayim, Min Hashemayim, before Tarua, before Tarua, Baruch Atayahu, Rafek Ole, Israel. And that is, may it be your will before you, Jehovah, the God of our forefathers, that you send quickly a healing from heaven and a healing of spirit, a healing of the body, a healing of the mind. Blessed are you, Jehovah, the healer of Israel. Amen. All those who are sick and health, and all of us today, all our nation, heal and recover. May God bless you, and may God keep you as we go forth, as we stand and we close our day of the day and we say, Yehovah. Let the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart be acceptable before thee, O Lord, my rock and my redeemer. Nitenkavo.
We pay homage
Elohei Abraham.
to the God of Abraham,
Elohei Yitzchak.
the God of Yitzchak,
Elohei Yaakov.
the God of Yaakov.
Hallelujah.
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 Hallelujah. Amen. Amen. Give it a Yehovah Yishmareka. The air open leka we kuneka. Isa open leka yasim leka. Shalom. Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. God bless you. Keep Shabbat Shalom, family. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.